order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Wednesday, December 16, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes. Good morning. Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli. Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Great, thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, December 20th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Peters, will you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I want to welcome everyone to today's proceedings. I do have an announcement to read. In compliance with directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, the board does welcome public comment verbally. You can offer your comment by phone by calling 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comments for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Of course, we also welcome written comments from the public. To offer a written comment, you can send it via email to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County spelled S-A-C-C-O-U-N-T-Y. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Again, we want to thank you for your patience. And again, I want to make mention of the fact that in recent months, we've had a lot of passionate public comment at times via phone, and sometimes those comments are extremely agitated, and people tend to use on occasion inappropriate language. So we'd respectfully ask you to please watch the language. We do have young viewers that watch these proceedings, believe it or not, and we want to make sure that appropriate language is being used to address the board and our staff and the public. All right, with that, our first item, please.
Yes. You have one consent matter today. This is the resolution in recognition of County of Sacramento staff for going above and beyond and working to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Ann, would you please join me at the podium?
What? A vote?
You can do it all at once. The first item is a presentation.
Sorry.
This feels a little off. We haven't done this in a long time, it feels like.
Yeah.
Anyhow, as chair for this past year, it's been it's not lost on me. I don't think it's lost on any of us on the board how difficult it's been to continue to do the public's work here in Sacramento County. But it's been especially challenging for all the public servants in our organization that are so committed not just to their work, to their careers, but to the public in general. And so I thought it appropriate that we offer a resolution today recognizing our public servants for going over and above during a historic pandemic. I am going to read the resolution verbatim because I think these words need to be stated publicly. So this is a resolution recognizing County of Sacramento public servants for going above and beyond in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas a global outbreak beginning in December 2019 of the novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19, spread worldwide, including the United States and California. And whereas Sacramento County staff began working diligently to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to implement containment efforts through testing, contact tracing, public education campaigns, personal protective equipment distribution, education, and support to businesses and organizations, among other critical proactive public health and other county department activities. Whereas the Sacramento County Public Health Officer, in accordance with her vested authority, proclaimed a public health emergency in Sacramento County on March 19th, 2020. And whereas, in addition to the public health toll, the pandemic has had a dramatic and difficult social, economic, psychological, and cultural impact on county staff and the residents they serve. Whereas, employees in every county department in their response to the pandemic have gone above and beyond what the job requires to provide for the health, safety, and continuity of services for Sacramento County residents. And whereas those departments include but are not limited to the Department of Health Services, the Division of Public Health, the Departments of Child, Family, and Adult Services, Code Enforcement, Economic Development, Office of Emergency Services, Environmental Management, General Services, Coroner, Human Assistance, Office of Planning and Environmental Review, Homeless Initiatives, Regional Parks, and Voter Registration and Elections. Whereas county employees have demonstrated personal responsibility and work to ensure their specific work sites implement and follow the Centers for Disease Control health and safety protocols for the safety of other employees and customers who visit public spaces. And whereas county staff have worked diligently with positive spirit to continue the day-to-day operations of the county and progress unabated in providing services to the residents of Sacramento County in spite of the tremendous challenges the pandemic has created. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California, does hereby recognize and highly commend the tireless commitment and tremendous resolve Sacramento County's dedicated public servants have shown in managing the pandemic and mitigating spread of COVID-19 to protect the health and safety of Sacramento County residents, for the sacrifices they and their loved ones continue to make, and for their unwavering determination and diligence to see us through this crisis. So those are the words that were crafted to recognize our dedicated public servants for going above and beyond. And I know it's just a resolution, but I think every single board member would agree that it's offered with a great deal of sincerity. We could not get through this without that dedication, that commitment, and I want to present this to our acting county CEO, Ann Edwards, on behalf of the entire board.
Thank you, Chair Cerna and members of the board. This resolution really says it all. I just want to take a moment to say I completely agree. I've watched all of our public servants do just extraordinary work during this time in so many ways, too many ways to mention, but they really have been committed to continuing to serve the residents of Sacramento County, and at times feeling like they're putting their own self and families at risk because of COVID, and yet people are continuing to come in and do what it takes to serve the community. So a great thanks to all employees at Sacramento County. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ann. Supervisor Frost?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cerna. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. It's hard for me to express my gratitude for the county staff and all the work that you do every day. Every year you take on extraordinary tasks and you serve the people of Sacramento County. This year, that was more than ever the biggest challenge and the biggest truth. This year, you found new ways of performing tasks in a constantly changing environment, and I want you to know that it doesn't go unnoticed, not by us, but also not by our residents that we serve. The residents of Sacramento County express it all the time, and they appreciate all your hard work. And so this is a well-deserved resolution, and I want to thank all of you for your hard work, and I hope this gets to every single employee and they know how much we appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? All right. Thank you very much, Ann.
Mr. Cerna, you will need to take a motion to adopt the
Oh,
resolution.
yes, we need to do that. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to item 3.
Okay.
You essentially did item 1 and 2.
All right. Ann, can we get security to at least keep them from pounding on the windows?
Yeah.
That's unacceptable. Well, there's SAC PD out there and sheriff deputies, so.
Oh, David's right there, okay.
Well, what's there to work on? Get them off the windows.
Yes, so
Do you want to take a recess until the sheriff or the police get here? Because they're waiting for them.
Are they
Yes,
coming?
we're in recess. Call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Wednesday, December 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy. Here. Natoli. Here. Peters. Here. Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on item 3. We took up item 1 and 2 as one item earlier. Item 3 is the utilization of unspent coronavirus relief fund revenue for the public health response to the pandemic and giving the Department of Health Services the full fiscal year to expend all appropriations for such uses, authorization to amend, extend, and increase existing COVID-19 response expenditure agreements as needed with general fund dollars, previously coronavirus relief fund revenue in the amount of $65,417,280 through June 30th, 2021 to provide services for COVID-19 health response.
Chair Cerna, I would like to introduce this item. Mr. Wagstaff will provide greater detail. However, I want to acknowledge the sensitivity of this and the frustration from the community with the appearance that law enforcement departments are receiving additional funding. As you will see from the presentation today, our goal is to ensure that public health is able to continue to provide the good work that they have been doing to combat the virus. That's really important. This recommendation is administrative in nature and does not provide any additional funds to law enforcement departments. I would also like to say that I will work hard to, in the hopes that we don't have to use this administrative mechanism again. This is what we've got today, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wagstaff, who will provide much greater detail.
Before you do that, and just to put a little finer point and clarify for the public, you obviously just emphasized the fact that this is not going to provide additional funds for law enforcement or for any other department. Is this basically what this board was briefed on earlier this year in terms of how this administrative exercise was used to manage CARES Act earlier?
It is different in that this time the money is, Bruce will go into greater detail, but the money's going from...
You lean into the microphone.
Yes, the money is going from a variety of, a couple of 2 or 3 law enforcement departments the CARES money is going from the health department to various law enforcement departments, and the exact same amount of general fund is being removed from those departments and put back into the health department to continue the work that they're doing. Bruce has a...
And it won't have a deadline on it when you do that.
Right.
Correct. It will be unrestricted, flexible, and Bruce will also be talking about ways in which we can spend that money. He also has a picture to share about what that movement of money looks like.
Yeah, the reason I want some clarity at the outset, and we look forward to the details from Bruce here in a minute, is that community members, the media continue to mischaracterize, and I can't underscore this enough, mischaracterize the fact that, quote unquote, we gave money to the sheriff's department. We did not give money to the sheriff's department.
Correct.
It was used to manage fund balance so that we could preserve the ability to use CARES Act funding for things like public health.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, before we get into presentation, I want to be clear because this has resolutions attached to it, Ann, and I know you're going to go through the detail, but is the action today going to do that in one fell swoop? Are there any appropriation adjustments that are required or anything else? Because the correspondence received as recently as this morning continues to, the chair's point, indicate that somehow it's going to get parked in a department and then it won't. And I understand obviously from the staff report, but I think it needs to be really clear that the actions that are before us today do just what you said, and obviously what's outlined in the staff report, that money is available upon board taking action, assuming we do.
That's correct.
It stays with health. You're going to talk about how this cycles through, but it is going to be, by the time we're done with action, assuming we act, that's where it's at. It will be retained.
Thank you.
That is correct. And
Okay.
might I suggest Bruce give the presentation?
Sure.
Cindy can answer greater detailed questions about the mechanism because
Right.
she's well versed in
Right.
that. But maybe Bruce can
And,
go ahead.
and that's fine. I just want to be, there's certainty though. It's not about it's going to follow on in a
There is
subsequent action.
certainty.
It is part of today's action.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bruce?
Thank you. As I start out here, I would like to make a couple of introductory comments building off of the discussion we just had. But before I do that, one impromptu thing, if I might, Mr. Chair and members, I want to thank you for that proclamation that you just did for our staff, because in all my years, I've not seen public servants step up the way our employees have these last 9 months. So on their behalf, thank you very much for presenting that proclamation. Okay, moving into the presentation, a couple of very key points that I want to strongly emphasize, and you've already touched on this, but I want to do it again. Number one, the recommendation before you today prioritizes the reallocation of CRF revenue, coronavirus relief fund revenue, as general fund that can be provided to DHS/public health so that they can continue to lead the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic beyond the federal CRF deadline of 12/30/20, which I'll talk about in a second, and throughout our fiscal year. Number two, and we've already said this, but I'm going to say it again, there would be no additional funding provided for other departments, be it probation, the sheriff's department, or anybody else, other than health services and public health, and I'm going to describe that in just a second. So no other funds for any other departments, and I also want to emphasize that this approach is completely consistent with the guidance we've gotten from the U.S. Treasury Department on how you can use CRF revenue. I think these are very important points. I warn you up front that I'm probably going to repeat them as I go through this presentation. So first, let's just recap what the county has received in CRF and where we stand. So you will recall at the national level, the CARES Act was passed, establishing the Coronavirus Relief Fund, $150 billion nationwide to help stabilize state and local governments, U.S. territories, and tribal government budgets. It must be spent by December 30th, 2020, or it reverts back to the federal government and to the state. Now, there's been questions about that date. Will it be extended? And I can tell you that as we've tracked this over the course of these several months, there has been discussion about that. but it hasn't changed. And as you know, there are negotiations underway right now in Congress about a new relief package, but there has been no discussion that we're aware of to change that date. So we have to assume that date is solid, and we have to work with it. Sacramento received about $206 million in CRF revenue from the feds and the state, broken down the way we have here, $181 million from the federal government, $25 million from state government. The remaining CRF revenue that's at risk of being unspent by 12/30/20 falls into two groupings. One, $8.8 million that was accrued in fiscal year 1920 but not spent as projected. In other words, departments identified what they thought were eligible CRF-related expenditures. When all was said and done at the end of the year, the documentation that came in pointed out that there was $8.8 million that fell into this category. I'll say more about that. And number two, $40.8 million budgeted in CRF revenue this fiscal year, and this is as of the end of November. In order for funds to be considered spent, as per the federal guidelines, it must be received or services provided prior to the deadline. So services must be received and provided. In other words, encumbrances, advances don't count as expenditures. I want to also point out that this county is not at all unique in this situation. Based on information that's provided to the state, for example, as of the end of September, more than 30 of California's 58 counties were in this same boat, essentially. And of the 474 cities, about 130 were in this situation where they had not fully committed their allocation. And the same as school districts. Okay, so as I was saying, in fiscal year 1920, county departments projected a total of $148 million in CRF eligible costs. So we were working with that number. Later in the year, the departments provided supporting documentation on actual costs. And as a result of that process, there was a balance of about $8.8 million in CRF revenue that was accrued, assumed that we could use, but was determined to be not eligible for reimbursement. So we are presenting to you options for how we address that situation. So we're now talking about the $8.8 million from last year. Remember, there's two pots that are at issue here. So we've laid out three options, and we've laid out the key considerations for each of those as we walk across the chart, and I'll take you through this. The first one is, of course, our recommendation, which is to provide DHS with $8.8 million in COVID-19 funding to be used for testing and other pandemic-related efforts throughout fiscal year 2021. This would provide additional resources for DHS/public health to use on the pandemic throughout the year. Would go beyond December 30th of 2020. It would entail reallocation to other departments, as I will describe, and it would affect our budget situation, our year-end balance that moves into this year, because the $8.8 million that we had assumed could be used was utilized in our development of this year's budget. So it affects our carry forward, essentially, that we have that much less that carry forward. So we do have a budget issue that I will speak to. But nonetheless, what we're recommending to you is that we prioritize this funding for public health, Department of Health Services to use to fight the pandemic, recognizing that yes, the vaccine is coming, but we're still in the throes of this, and we feel very strongly that that needs to be the case.
Excuse me, Bruce.
Yes.
Supervisor Tully.
Just a clarification, Bruce. So with the $8.8 million, the $40 million has been allocated, and we're going to talk about more about that probably in item 5, but the $8.8 million, has it been designated already? The $40 million was designated for a variety of things, health initiatives, some of the partnerships and the dine-in program and a dine-at-home program and the Project Room Key. the 8.8 million, has that been already designated as well?
No, and I'll explain that, Supervisor,
Okay.
as we go through this. If you just bear with me for a second,
I will.
we'll
I just
get
wanna
to
be
that.
sure, 'cause the
But
40
because you have
million,
options on that.
There are, okay.
The board has options on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
By the way, Cindy's here with me today. Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Okay.
And she'll help answer, our acting fiscal officer will help out answer those questions. Should this be your direction to take this option, budget office staff would work with the departments to identify existing CRF eligible costs that may have been incurred in fiscal year 2021 and apply the CRF revenue as reimbursements, and then would provide an equal amount of general fund to DHS to respond to the pandemic throughout the fiscal year. So the key concept here that you'll hear me say repeatedly is coronavirus funding in, CRF funding in, general fund out. No departments benefit from that, except DHS and public health. Yes, sir.
Just to, this is going to be an exercise in how we clearly communicate, right? Because what happened last time was just an abysmal failure in terms of communicating to the public, to the media, what was being done to achieve fund balance so that we can continue to fund our public health charge. I think you need to say, Bruce, and the public needs to hear, why is it so difficult to spend the money? So we're actually starting from a place where we have this unspent money. Here it is, 2 weeks from the end of the year, the deadline to spend the money, and those that are not privy to understanding the Treasury directives and all the details may be scratching their head going, why is it so difficult for Sacramento County to spend tens of millions of dollars in the middle of a pandemic? So can you just briefly explain that?
Briefly.
Yes.
When you launch an effort like this, there's always startup costs. There's always ramp up that you have to do to get things going. In addition, you'll recall at the beginning of the pandemic, the concern that Dr. Bielenson, Dr. Kassiri, and others raised was the unavailability initially of testing and things like that. So we had to get that started. We had to get the contact tracing started. We had to establish a new program of business navigators. That takes some time. Believe me, people were hustling and doing it as quickly as they could, but that still takes time. In addition, I will point out that we received, and we're still receiving, but at the early stages of the pandemic, revisions of the federal guidelines that would come out. It seemed like every couple of weeks we get a new set of guidelines. They didn't change that much, but there were changes. But these things contributed to the ability to spend, and it's why it's not just us that's in this situation. You see it throughout the state, you see it throughout the country. You can't just snap your fingers and start doing this stuff. It takes time. Mm-hmm. And that's a brief answer, basically.
Yeah, what I was actually trying to tee up for you here is for you to articulate the fact that we can't just, this isn't a blank check. We have to be able to, A, prove that it's related to responding to the pandemic, correct? And B, we have to be able to prove to the federal treasury it's a legitimate expense for which we're using the funds.
Yes.
And so we can't just, start giving out, playing the part of a bank and giving out the funds.
No.
There's a very precise protocol that has to be followed. Otherwise, the money reverts back to the Treasury. We get penalized, and then there's nothing to be used to respond to the pandemic.
That's right.
So that's what I want to sink in for those that may be watching or very concerned about this.
Yeah, and I'll say this also, Mr. Chair, that for those who are watching or concerned about this, we can and will provide the documentation to indicate that this funding did indeed go to public health. Cindy can talk more about that, but that's a reasonable expectation, and we will absolutely do that. Now, so coronavirus funding in, general fund out. And what we're going to do is we will prioritize reallocating the CRF revenue towards general fund funded COVID activities as a starting point. So, for example, our homeless response program, the dine-in program, Project Room Key security. But to make no mistake, we will have additional amounts, and the largest amount reallocated under the Treasury Department category of payroll for public health and safety employees. I want to be clear about that. We will be doing that, primarily probation and the sheriff, but they would not net out with additional resources. General fund comes out and it's allocated to DHS. So that is option one in our recommendation. Now, option two, this gets to your point, Supervisor Natoli. We could apply this 8.8 million towards eligible expenditures in the budget, not allocated to DHS. So as you work your way around the chart here, provide no additional resources to the department, and essentially apply it to places within our budget that would cover this budget gap and make the fund balance rollover problem neutralized, right? So that is the second option, essentially. Even that option would not increase resources in the affected departments, but that would offset the general fund shortfall that I'm going to say a little bit more about.
Bruce, just to be clear, my question wasn't so much to allocate it to other departments, it's just within the realm of the public health arena. Some of the things that were being requested have been requested that we aren't able to because we've already designated funding for either public health expenditures or related under the COVID, but under this COVID umbrella, we're getting requests from schools, from daycare centers, from other community groups to offer assistance. I just wanted to know, it wasn't to stray from the COVID approach, it was...
So on that point, if I might, Supervisor, I was going to mention this later, but I recognize that there has been, and we've received lots of input from the community about needs out there. We will get a detailed budget from public health about how they would spend the money and share that with you, right? A detailed plan. And then we can talk about priorities, about how you want to spend it as a board. The key thing here is we got to get past that December 30th date so we can have those discussions, right? So I really want to emphasize that. The third option here, of course, is you take no action and it reverts back to the federal government and the state, and nobody wants to do that. None of these jurisdictions that are having the same discussion that we're having want to do that, and for the obvious reasons. So that is not an option we're recommending, but it is, we put it up there for consideration. Okay. Also, Supervisor, to your point though, Don, that I want to mention. So what we're recommending is, number one, does it create a budget issue? Yes, it does. We are prioritizing the effort to deal with the pandemic here with our recommendation. As we develop the budget, as we develop our budget, there's going to be many variables that we have to look at in developing the budget. As you know, we've been through this many, many times. We're looking at sales tax revenue. We're looking at what's happening with the federal and state government. There's reason to expect that sales tax might not be as bad as was initially predicted as a result of COVID, the impact on sales tax. The LAO is saying that the state budget might be in better shape next year than they initially projected. And then there's also the question of whether or not the feds provide relief for the loss of revenue. So all these things have to be, they're unfolding now, they have to be considered as we develop our budget. Okay, I wanted to mention that. That's part of the answer to your question. All right. If you can't hear me, I'll speak up louder. Okay, let me just do this too.
Trying to do something about the bullhorn right now.
All right, so that was the 8.8 million, right? Two pots that we're talking about here. Options for addressing fiscal year 2021 remaining CRF balance, which is about 40.8 million. Here we're laying out two basic options for you, right? Number one, which is our recommendation, is to do the same kind of work that I just described that we would do with the 8.8 million to provide DHS with more time to spend the funds through the end of fiscal year 2021. So what we're essentially proposing is that both the 8.8 from last year and the 40.8 that won't be spent this year be combined, given to DHS. They'd have about 49.6 million to devote to the effort they have to make to fight the pandemic, right? Both those amounts. To be redundant, this would not create additional resources in other departments. It's only being done to provide assistance to DHS to deal with the pandemic. And of course, you also have the other option here of taking no action and the money would revert back to the feds. I actually have, to be really redundant, I actually have a graphic here that I'd like to not just show you, but show the general public about how this is going to work. Thank you. So, as I said, following this chart, you see the revenue, the unspent funding would be reallocated through other departments, including probation and the sheriff's department. That $49.6 million would come right out in terms of general fund and be devoted to public health. So coronavirus money in, general fund money out. Nobody benefits from this other than the effort to deal with the pandemic.
Bruce, before we get to a question or comment by Supervisor Natoli, I'm going to ask a question on behalf of the public. So why the Sheriff's Department and probation?
A couple of reasons. One is because these are the general fund departments in our county. When you talk about DHA and DCFS, for example, yes, we're looking for ways we can reallocate through there too. But as you know, a lot of their budget is state money. It is other sources of funding. These are the biggest locations of general fund dollars in our county's budget. Okay, that's essentially the reason. Supervisor.
It had to be said because, again, the appearance of this to those that aren't, going to scrutinize every aspect of this, they may simply say, there goes the county again, giving the money, quote unquote, to the sheriff and probation. Right. And those are, just like you just said, those are the departments where it's general fund rich in terms of the ability, based on Treasury rules, to when that money goes into the department, it comes out of their budget.
Right.
So there's no net increase.
There's no net increase.
Not a single red cent.
None.
Okay.
And by the way, your board letter has the actual excerpt from the federal guidelines that speaks to this.
Right.
But that's why, essentially. Now, as I said, we are going to try to look for other places we can reallocate this funding. But because of the fact that this is where our general fund is largely,
right,
it has to go through those departments.
Right. Supervisor Tully?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Bruce, so there's a piece here, though, that when I look at allocating for the remaining portion of the fiscal year 2021, that puts a bit of a fine line on it. I guess one of the things I would like to ponder today as we discuss this is to rope that money off. You've got coronavirus relief fund, that's where it comes from, the federal government, and that we basically set that money aside because it may be that it needs to carry over into the summer. But I understand enough about budgeting in this county about how general fund gets potentially scooped at times, and you go through that whole exercise. If I think maybe in keeping faith on these dollars, that the effort, obviously the vaccinations and some of the other relief efforts that may be a part of what public health does, are not going to stop on June 30th. And so one of the things I'd like to have some discussion about is to potentially escrow that money in a way that retains it beyond the end of the fiscal year. And primarily one of the concerns I have, and we can hear from certainly you and others on this, is that we are ramping up. We are hiring. We've done that. We've got additional epidemiologists. We have folks, public health nurses, and so forth. Those costs don't go away on July 1st magically, and there's going to be a need to sustain these efforts both in the public health realm, but certainly as it relates to the pandemic efforts. And I guess what I'd like to have some discussion about today, before we leave this, is that of the $49.6 million, is that not just to rope it off at the fiscal year, but to make sure that it's available as needed, when needed, and it may all be exhausted before we get to June 30th. But in the event that it's not, somehow that remains retained with public health.
Understood.
Okay, so again,
a couple of comments, if I might, on this. First of all, as I was saying, we are going to document, and we can show you the documentation for how it is spent. Olivia will have a plan that she can share with you about how it's actually going to be spent. But I can tell you, emphasizing the staffing for the testing, the vaccinations, the business navigators, the contact tracing, all those things that we have to do. So we'd be able to show that, but I can assure you, we're going to be tracking these expenditures too, Supervisor. So to your point, we'll see where we are at the end of the year. Also, don't forget that they are having these negotiations at the federal level about a new relief package. And there's several aspects to that, but I think that will enter in our discussions too, should that come to fruition. And Ms. Nickel and I have a bet as to whether or not that will be done. I think they will reach a deal on that eventually. As you know, it goes day to day, whether that prospects are good or bad. But that enters into the conversation too, I think.
It does, but I think, again, just because of all, I think the concerns of, and again, the chair certainly asked some of these and try to get clarification. I think it's important for the purposes of which the money came to this county, how we're going to make it work for the people of this county beyond the December 30th deadline, but to assure, because the general fund is just that. And, we ought to, I believe, just, set it aside, make sure it's clear, it's available, even if that runs past. And then, if circumstances change, you may be back before this board as relates to how we take on additional dollars to sustain public health efforts or other areas of what may be in any package that comes out of Congress. But it just seems to me that's what this was intended for. The swap is to make sure it's available. It ought to be retained there, and whether it's used before the end of the fiscal year or available going into the next fiscal year,
Right.
which is obviously still, that's a lot of discussion between now and then and board decisions. But I just think that's very important.
Thank you.
Can I interject here?
Sure, yeah.
So in discussions with our acting CEO, I think last week, when I spoke with Ann about this as we were kind of all brainstorming about how best to clearly communicate this today, one of the things that I suggested and that I'm going to insist on is that, to your point about kind of escrowing the money, I believe strongly that our general fund has to have a line item designation that's clear. So if the public chooses to go scrutinize as they should, scrutinize our general fund, they can clearly see a line item that says, you label it whatever you need to label it, but something to the effect of Coronavirus Relief Fund.
Yes.
That clearly, so that there's no, there's no misinterpretation of what we're trying to do here in terms of how the money is coming immediately and directly from a department if the CARES Act funding goes to that department. So I think we have to be that specific about it.
Those are great suggestions. Thank you. I just wanted to also mention that if your board chooses to adopt our recommendations today, to reallocate the CRF revenue as we propose, it follows that DHS would have to execute amendments to its existing contracts that you authorized them to execute under the pandemic emergency, to extend the timeframes and to change the funding source. Right. So that's part of the action that's before you today, that we would do that as well. So Dr. Kassiri and Dr. Bielenson are going to follow me, and they'll be able to say more about the plan for spending the funding, which I think is very important, and everybody has a right to see what that would be, whether it be for the staffing for testing, the contract tracing, the vaccinations, the business navigators, all the things that I mentioned. So I know that other community issues have been raised. You mentioned that earlier, Mr. Chairman. And I've seen the emails and we've had the phone calls. We'll provide this detailed spending plan. We can have that discussion with your board. We can talk about priorities. But the key point I have to make to you is let's get past this December 30th deadline so we can have those discussions. Right? Happy to take your questions.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I'm extremely frustrated and have been for some time over this. And this is not a critique, by the way, of our current CEO, who has not had an opportunity to really get into this as much. But I feel like this supervisor has been completely ignored throughout this process. I have asked publicly at many meetings for a plan. And we never have a plan. And that's why, you got supervisors up here that are throwing ideas at you and why don't we spend it on this? Why don't we do it? If we had a plan, that showed a direction, where it's going, and would justify why it is that when I come up with a recommendation or a suggestion of how some of this money is spent, I get a better answer than we can't do that. especially when I get the we can't do that, and I see that other jurisdictions are doing that. What is the policy position as to why we can't do certain things? I've never gotten that. It's extremely frustrating when I have members of the public come to me and say, why don't you spend it on X? I go to staff and I hear we can't do that when other jurisdictions are doing it. And then I find over $40 million that we weren't able to spend. I'm at my wit's end on this thing. It doesn't make sense. So, thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
Bruce, I wonder how much of the 40 million, because I remember when we went through this process with public health, and they had stated that they did not receive funding, and they asked for 45. We gave them 45 million, and there were many other priorities that we wanted to address at the time. I remember asking for some economic development relief money at that time. But it was, we had the impression that they were, overworked and they underfunded and they couldn't get that done. And now out of the 45 million, we're transferring 40 or 43 million back through the sheriff department to try to figure out how we can keep the money, which I think is a good thing. And I do understand it's hard to put money to work. It's not easy. The question I have is how much do we have a plan? Do we have, does public health know how they're going to spend the money that's not spent? And is there extra money that could be maybe reallocated into some economic development, economic recovery? Because that was one of the things that I was passionate about also. I know this is really important, what public health is doing. It's vital, but there's other vital problems out there too.
Absolutely. So a couple of answers to your question, Supervisor. Number one, it's not just the 45. Remember, as part of the budget, the amount that actually went towards the pandemic was about 62 million or so, because they'd already received funding before the 45 million. And then there were other things like the Dine at Home program and things like that money was allocated for. So it's not exactly the 40.8 out of the 45. It's a larger number than that, but your point's still well taken. And the answer is yes, they'll have a plan. They do have a plan. Olivia can speak better to it to me that when she follows with her update, we'll provide that to your board. You can see that. And that's why I said earlier that would allow for the discussion about other priorities that you might want the funding to go towards. We will absolutely track expenditures during the course of the year. And if it looks like, for whatever reason, it's not going to be all spent, we can have that discussion with you as well as to where it goes. Now, on small businesses and things, as you recall from our discussions during the budget, Mr. Givens laid out some things that we were doing for businesses. Also, the governor has announced several initiatives for small businesses in the way of loans, tax relief, and other things that we're tracking very carefully as well. So I hope I've answered your questions.
Yeah, I want to point out that the businesses may not last long enough for the relief that the governor's talking about, number one. Number two, loans and tax relief that they have to pay back isn't really going to help them at all. So that means absolutely nothing to me. I'm sorry, this isn't about you.
No, I get it.
It's upsetting.
Yeah.
People who are, I'm not sure some people understand what's happening here. The businesses may not make it another couple weeks. That's how hard it is on them.
No, I understood.
So, if we can find a way to find some of the CARES Act money for some kind of economic recovery, I think that would be a good thing. That would be something I would be interested in seeing.
So two things on that, Supervisor, if I might. Getting past this deadline helps us have that discussion. Number two, if a new package comes in from the feds and the state, we can certainly have that discussion then too. How do we use that money, right? So there's some possibilities there as well.
And I also just want to say that I think that the staff did an excellent job in figuring out how to maximize the CARES Act money that we could use in in the past, and you're doing an excellent job now in figuring out how we can maximize the amount of money that we can capture that we were eligible for. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for doing so well to get us, every penny that we could get. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. Just before we get to our public speakers here, just to add on to what Supervisor Kennedy said earlier, I think we're all frustrated, and the fact that there hasn't been a plan is really an artifact of the fact that that CEO Nav Gill decided that he was going to have a committee, which, despite our numerous requests for updates and information about progress, there was a prolonged absence of information sharing between the CEO and the board, and all that did was, make us more and more frustrated. So the only plan, and I had this conversation with Ann last night, the only plan that I've ever seen was the memo that I had to force the public health officer to give this board that spelled out, at least in some detail, how $45 million was going to be used. That should not be the model for how we develop a plan. That's not reasonable. The chair of the Board of Supervisors shouldn't have to pick up the phone and say, give me a memo tomorrow that tells me how you're going to spend tens of millions of dollars. So I think what you're hearing from all of us is that it remains to be seen what the will of the board is on this today. I think you've done a great job, Bruce, explaining that the action today preserves the ability to have those discussions about how we use the money. I think Supervisor Frost makes some good points about economic recovery,
Right.
And I think there's a plethora of ideas about how we can use those funds, but there's got to be a plan. So I'll just tell you right now that my support for this today is contingent on there being a detailed plan that is going to have to materialize relatively soon, so that it's clear not just to the board but to the public on what we're going to use the funds for, and why we're going to use the funds the way we do per the plan. It's kind of unbelievable to me that here we are in December, and it was in the spring that the CARES Act funding was made available, and we're just now having this very honest, open, somewhat passionate discussion about the need for an expenditure plan. That's not how you do it. So I'll just leave it at that. Supervisor Tolley.
Bruce, so does today's recommendation include extensions of the Dine at Home program? Because I know, again...
No, the Dine at Home, no.
Cindy, help me. So that's planned, we're ending that in 2 weeks?
No, we have funding there, Supervisor, as we've mentioned before. As we look at it right now through the end of February, or the beginning of February, I'm sorry about that, but not just in 2 weeks.
Okay. Well, and I raise that again. You're hearing a lot of feedback, and maybe it goes to some of the lack of definition around whatever plan we didn't have or pieces that we have, I guess, because we now have roughly 1,000 folks who, and certainly our restaurants have been strong partners in this, but 1,000 folks, give or take a bit, that are receiving meals. Many of those folks would potentially be eligible under Meals on Wheels, a whole different approach. But if in fact we're going to be looking at this in roughly 8 weeks, that it comes to an end unless we do something else, I mean, that's an important discussion. I don't know that waits until January 12th or January 26th, Bruce, in all honesty. And I guess as I've contemplated this, and certainly I think some of the other things that relate to, Project Roomkey and requests we've received as recently as this morning relative to helping folks who are, very housing insecure, and because of a variety of things, irrespective of what may happen in Washington, although that certainly could be impactful, are, just on the cusp of, being in a really serious situation, let alone the whole overlay of this, the pandemic. And so how is it that we're going to, again, if we take this action today, how do we get to a point where we can say either we want to put a subsequent approach in for the Dine at Home program, for example, or it just goes away, or are we going to end up with 500 or 600 people who are, either semi-dependent or now dependent upon meals, let alone the positive influx into the economy for restaurants and restaurant workers and delivery people. And I've heard very good things about that program, and I think it was a good investment of our dollars,
Right.
To keep people safe. And so I guess, this is to free the money and make the money available. But it still goes back to this point about, what happens when we're out of session come January the 1st, because all this is authorized, and we're going to hear some more about public health and aspect of it. But there are other things that are on the cusp of either ending and or needing some further direction by this board to continue, in place or to expand upon. And so when is it we were going to be talking about that? Is it you were planning to come back January 12th? Is that?
No, here's what I would say to that,
Okay.
and I think Ann wanted to say something too,
All right.
but here's what I would say to that, Supervisor. There's a couple aspects to that. One is that we would like to share with you a detailed plan of how this money that we're proposing to be reallocated to public health would be used by them. By the way, part of it would be for the homeless effort that we've initiated under the COVID plan. You mentioned the homeless stuff. Mm-hmm. And then we can discuss we can share that plan and talk about perhaps there's some redirection that you feel may need to be occurring because of your priorities. I do think there's a real possibility that additional federal money will be coming, and we'll have that discussion with you as well. Before, as it relates to the dine-in program, before that program expires, that we can talk about. That has been a very successful program. That's a good example of what it took to ramp up very quickly, get it going, serve these isolated seniors, and we're very proud of it. So we'll be looking for options for the continuation of that. You bet.
And just one other comment, because again, I think that this board, certainly in our, we talked about it in our budget deliberations in September. We've talked about it even in August when we appropriated the money for, the health efforts. But there's been very little direct assistance by the county to the general population or to business, to businesses, but also to renters and so forth. And the federal aid that came through assisted a lot of folks for a good portion of the summer and probably into early fall, but a lot of that's fallen away. People are behind in their rent. Businesses are struggling if they're even able to survive. And I just, again, it seems to me that, and maybe we would have done exactly the same thing that was done, but maybe not. And I think it goes back to, obviously, we crossed the threshold in August when the board took the action, but the public health effort obviously being the primary focus, but other aspects of that as it relates to just the general welfare and health and safety of certainly at-risk population, but the general population. And I just, I wonder if we'd have taken a different approach back when money became available in March, whether we might be having a different conversation today. But nonetheless, I still think it's important we got to preserve these dollars and make sure that they're used in this community. The last thing I want to see is it be sent back to the Treasury. So, thanks.
Supervisor Natoli, if I could add,
Yeah, sure.
Once hopefully you will adopt this recommendation so that we do have flexibility around the spending of the money. We've already had some internal conversations at the staff level about, getting the information from public health that we need. So public health needs are really a priority for combating the virus. We need to make sure that we have enough vaccinations, we have enough vaccination clinics, we can still test and contact trace and have all the supplies that go along with those things. After that, we absolutely want to take a look at some of the things you were just talking about, and we have had some conversations already about how to do that, and there will be time to come to you in early January, even before the February expiration, if that's the approximate date on the Dine at Home program, to give you some options about how to spend whatever money is remaining after we meet the public health needs.
Just one other point, and I know that Dr. Bielenson said at the last hearing that, he felt there was enough money maybe to carry forward on the public health effort through February. But to go beyond that, it was going to be another $3 or $4 million if I recall correctly, and maybe that's changed. I see he raised his hand. So I don't know what the dollar amount is until we sit down with public health and look at what their spending plan is and evaluate what might be remaining, and then we can include that program as well as some of the other things we've talked about here today as to what is the priority for any remaining fund. Because the answer may lie there. If it's all going to be public health, if that's the number one, and we all agree upon that, then those other things, as much as they're related to general health and well-being, that maybe there's not enough money there, at least with the current pot. So
we just don't know yet, but all of those options will be on the table if there's remaining money or new money that comes in. Thank you.
Supervisor Kenny?
Thank you. I've advocated for the dine-in program since the beginning because I think it satisfies so many things. It feeds people in need, but it also helps the workers who are displaced. It's a great program, but I just want clarification. Is that FEMA money or is that CARES money that goes to
We shifted that towards mostly general fund in the budget, as I recall, in your September budget hearings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
I'll double check that, Supervisor, but I believe that is the case.
Okay, thank you.
And I certainly agree with you on the success of that program, and I applaud DCFAS and the Area Agency on Aging for all the work they did on that.
Okay, any further questions of staff before we hear from the public? All right, stand by, Bruce. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, with Dr. Bielenson or Dr. Kazarian on this item, or they're on item?
Oh, were you here to answer questions, or do you have part of this presentation, Dr. Bielenson? Okay.
Hey, please send the first caller.
Wait.
Oh, sorry about, hang on, staff, hang on.
Wasn't clear to me that Dr. Bielenson's presenting.
No.
Okay. Right.
Okay, please send the first caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments. Can you please mute, hello? Can you please mute?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, mute the meeting in the background, please.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kula Koenig. I'm resident of District 3, and I'm calling in this morning after having oral surgery with a toothache because this is really important. My comments actually before hearing the meeting were actually nicer. But after this, here's what I have to say. No, Phil and Bruce, stop being condescending. We understand that the sheriff and probation are general fund rich. That is another problem that we'll have to deal with later about how the sheriff department and probation get the bulk of our general fund dollars. Y'all allowed this shit to happen. So don't bullshit us. And I don't cuss. But if you are more bothered by cuss words and bothered by how public health was denied funding to respond in a pandemic, then you got your priorities all the way fucked up. How is it unbelievable to you, Phil, when I reached out to you in May about this and you said, well, talk to Nav about how the money is being spent? How is it unbelievable to you, Phil, when I talked to your chief of staff about this and she said, we're not going to do a dog and pony show like the city. We're not spending time on how this money gets spent. Maybe if you did a dog and pony show and you call community input, you wouldn't be in this shit show. So dog and pony show or shit show? You chose a shit show, so stop it. The CEO reports to you. As much as I am on team #FireNavGill, I also see your full complicity in this. Ditto what Patrick Kennedy said. It doesn't make sense. And your infographic is not going to make it work. It doesn't make sense because you guys are lying. Public health was prevented from sending in their budget. Let me repeat, public health was prevented by Nav Gill and Bruce Wagstaff from this. Do you seriously believe, like what Nav said before, that he didn't receive a request from public health in a pandemic? Y'all really want to believe that? So Sue Frost, listen, the reason why there was leftover money is because NAV stopped their budget requests from being made and until we made a stink and they got their money, and now they're in short time frame of when they get to spend it. When I met with Bruce Wagstaff in June, he says, Once we complete our assessment of coverable county costs and the status of our budgetary impact, we'll be in a better position to determine how much flexibility we have to invest in other important initiatives. So Bruce, you mean to tell me that you couldn't spend the money on things like rental assistance like other municipalities did? Your best work was to park it in the sheriff's department? And listen, even if you create a line item for public health in the sheriff's department's budget, it's still in the sheriff's department's budget. So y'all are absolutely full of shit. In the words of DJ Khaled, we got played. So the only way I will really support this is if you have something in writing, a public statement, or something from county council. That means we will be able to get this money back. Because I don't believe that the sheriff is going to just say, okay, I'll give you $50 million back. So y'all need to stop. Stop the bullshit. Stop the performance. It's really, really aggravating. Thank you.
Okay. Next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, good morning.
Could you
Yes.
mute the meeting in the background, please?
I just did,
All
thank
right.
you.
Yeah.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Pamela Harris. I'm the Division Manager for Public Health. And I have to say that I'm really frustrated with listening to this presentation this morning. First and foremost, we can't forget the fact that Public Health actually received their funding 60 days late into the timeline for the funding to be spent, which actually gave us only 4 months to actually initiate the contracts, the MOUs, and everything else that was needed to be able to respond to this pandemic in our community. There really is not $40 million available because some of that money is still incumbent, which I noticed that Bruce did not mention this morning. Public health, a few other points I'd like to make. This continues to be critical work for the Public Health Department to keep this community safe. My thought is always going back to the initial funding and the allocation of the funding for the CARES response. The initial funding, if it had never gone to the Sheriff Department, into their budget, then Sue Frost, guess what? You'd have had money for the restaurants to have some assistance from this funding. Also, we would have more money to help with the homeless and with the housing situation. We would also be able to help the people that have lost their homes and have lost their jobs and have lost their apartment and are at risk for being homeless if we had managed these funds the correct way from the beginning. I do appreciate you guys taking our call today. The public has very little trust in Bruce or Nev or anything they put before us because we know that they do not tell us the truth. And I do appreciate you listening to me this morning, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I do encourage you not to adopt this at this moment. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer. I am an epidemiologist and the Senior Director of Policy for Public Health Advocates. At the beginning of this meeting, a resolution was passed to honor the dedication of county staff. But what would be better is to pass a budget to support them. This year, our county staff have worked overtime for which they have not been compensated. This year, our county staff are losing their vacation time accrual each month because they banked the max amount and can't take time off because they have critical work to do. The thanks that they need is to be paid overtime and to be able to continue to accrue vacation to take at a later time. That needs to be done before any of the funds are rolled over. When the meeting was paused and interrupted, Chair Cerna called the disruption unacceptable. Please allow me to reframe. It is inconvenient. Unacceptable is how the CARES Act money has been managed. Make no mistake, I'm not politically aligned with the people demanding to reopen the economy or refusing to wear masks. However, I do understand and agree with one aspect of their complaint. The CARES Act funding was intended to support Sacramento County by responding to the needs created by COVID-19. The priority for those funds should have been testing, treatment, education, PPE, contact tracing, as well as housing the unhoused, rental and mortgage relief, support for businesses impacted by closures, and support for families with children. That didn't happen for months while our COVID numbers climbed. If the first allocation to the sheriff and probation hadn't happened, this one would be less worrisome. Make no mistake, I am paying attention. I know how a swap works, and mathematically, I don't really have an issue with an administrative move to preserve funds to spend next year. But principally, I do. I want to push back on the idea that sheriffs and probation are, quote, general fund rich by happenstance. You, as the County Board of Supervisors, approved their budget. And in fact, that is the problem. What people in this county need most, and have needed for months, dare I say years, is support for their basic needs, not an expansion of our criminal justice network. Other jurisdictions are using this money and have minimized the harmful impact of COVID with their expenditures. And there are communities around the country and the globe that were doing well before the pandemic because they used their budgets to support communities on an ongoing basis. Sacramento County would do well to join them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Liz Blum. I'm with the People's Budget Sacramento and Decarcerate Sacramento. I wasn't planning on calling in this morning, but it seems that our letter may have not have been read by the majority of the board, and I just also wanted to mention how condescending it felt. The nature of your conversation this morning, and we don't really need a graphic to understand what's going on here. I also wanted to just flag that the public still hasn't received a clear breakdown of how the original $181 million was spent, even after the offsetting of general fund from the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department. Today is also the first time I've seen the board discuss the $25 million in state CRF funding. So the Department of Public Health, as Flo, just mentioned, still hasn't been able to pay or use the CRF funding for their staff overtime. So please make that funding retroactive. Many other counties have given direct relief to renters. Thank you, Patrick Kennedy, for echoing our community's frustration with the fact that tens of millions of dollars are unspent, while the Sheriff's Department continues to force unhoused communities to move during stay-at-home orders as we speak. There's also no guarantee that the sheriff will give this money back. The sheriff has constitutional powers, and the board has more control over the probation department. So please consider that in your decision today. The sheriff is really good at spending money, obviously, and we just have no faith that he will agree to give this back, no matter how many resolutions are included in this decision. And just a reminder that we're in this situation because of NASGIL switching the pots of funding that the Public Health Department got. Originally, the $45 million that the board voted on was supposed to come out of general fund, directly. And so the Smoke and Mirrors Act has really put us in this situation. And the last thing I want to say is just that the county can I want to ask if the county can make a retroactive transfer of funds today from the general fund so that we're not reliant on the Sheriff's Department's compliance with this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. Please mute the meeting in the background, and you have 3 minutes to start with your comments. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, hi. This is Keon Bliss, constituent District 1, and I feel like having listened to this condescending spectacle of why we need to basically use law enforcement and the carceral system as a basic piggy bank in order to get public health in the community the funds it urgently needs. And we think it's important to remind you, for you all to remember, why we're in this mess in the first place. NASGIL may have created the committee, the CRF committee and process without public health leadership, and that led to this mismanagement, but it was this board that approved it without actually paying direct attention to it or having much involvement within it. The process was not accountable or transparent to even those who needed its funds most, but this board also wasn't involved, wasn't involved in the process, and it was because of your lack of leadership that made it possible. You enabled county executives to mismanage these funds and foster an environment of intimidation, bullying, and dismissiveness towards public health community. And now I'm hearing you trying to avoid any sort of accountability for that. Save for Supervisor Kennedy, who has been the only one who's been remotely consistent in accepting responsibility for this lack of leadership. The only reason we're in this position, Phil, is because your board continued a decade-long trend of giving law enforcement, probation, the DAs, and all the rest of the carceral system more general fund money than it knows what to do with. You set these departments up to be literal piggy banks and necessitate the county gimmicks like this just when the community desperately needs it. Nav, Bruce, and county executives definitely manipulated you all into these positions, but it was the board's lack of oversight as well as its lack of vision that made such manipulations possible. You all are complaining about the lack of a plan and how to use all this money, but the reality is, in that absence, that was on you. We elected you all to be the strategic thinkers, the strategic planners, to actually give guidance to county staff, because Nav Gill wasn't an elected official. Bruce Wagstaff is not an elected official. These are appointed members of the public, and you are their leaders. You need to provide them this direction. So fuck you, Phil, for your condescending remarks towards your constituents trying to mischaracterize this as if this was somehow just out of your fucking hands. It's bullshit. It's unacceptable. And I'm happy to hear Sue Frost having the epiphany that her constituents, and as well as local business owners, need direct financial assistance. Too bad you didn't listen to the public, what were demanding that from you literally in March and April, as you fucking poo-pooed that and tried to say we can't afford to give rental assistance, have mortgage moratoriums for commercial businesses and residents. No.
Can I get your final comment?
I'm not on board with this. Give public health.
Can I have your
money
final comment?
You have the power to retroactively give them this money.
Thank you.
Using your power of the purse.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Are we starting?
Yes, go ahead and start.
Perfect. Hello, this is Kathy Rodriguez-Aguirre. I'm the president and CEO for the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I just wanted to, say thank you for all the work that's been done to figure out the allocation for the remainder of the CARES funding. I know there's been a lot of work that's gone into that. But I also wanted to take time to say, if there's any way any of that funding could go to small business relief, that would be incredibly appreciated. We've got small businesses that didn't anticipate this last closure, who, as Supervisor Frost has said, may not make it to the next year. And so the funding, if it can be immediate relief in grants or forgivable loans, will go a long way to making sure our business community realizes that we're behind them. So I'm just calling to urge you to take some of that funding and put it into some immediate small business relief. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, please mute the meeting in the background, and you have 3 minutes to start with your comments. Go ahead and start, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Felisa. I am a social worker and resident of District 3. This is probably like my 4th, 5th time calling you all, calling out Nav Gill. And I'm so confused on to like why we're even having to call you and have this conversation with you. Because you all clearly removed Nav Gill for his COVID scandal, for his corruption, for mismanaging COVID relief funds that were supposed to aid us during a pandemic, but actually just murdered hundreds of Black and brown people. And I'm so confused on, you took action and knew that this was fucked up and that he mismanaged the funds and gave it to the sheriff. So if you knew that that was fucked up, why are we having this conversation today and you're still replicating his decision making and still advocating to give the remainder of unspent funds to the sheriff. So you remove somebody for doing that, and now we're here again today talking about doing just that. In the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of Tier Purple, in the middle of a stay at home. Y'all know that the pandemic is really bad. Y'all know that there's 40,000 people. Y'all know that people are dying. And you want to give it to the sheriff who just had COVID and also was telling you that they're not gonna, uphold or not follow the guidelines and hold people accountable for not following these stay-at-home orders. Like, you want to give money to folks that are literally not protecting your building right now from white people that don't want these stay-at-home orders. So I'm just so confused in this decision making, in this thought process, and this lack of common sense in your decision making. You don't like Nafeel and his decisions, but you're still making the same decisions that he made, and you want to give it to the sheriff, COVID funding to the sheriff, who don't even want to execute these orders of staying at home and are protecting you and your building from people. It doesn't make sense, and I'm so confused. And there's so many issues. Like, people are dying, people are unemployed, people are getting evicted, and there are people right here on Stockton, right next to me, Boulevard, that are getting evicted from their tents, like, in the middle of a pandemic. Like, there are more problems that need to be aided with this money, and more problems that need more space and conversations that are really, homelessness is your fucking job. Like, this is your job to take care of it, and you're really neglecting it, and there's 5,000 people, and now you don't want to do a PIT count. Like, I'm so confused. Do your fucking job. Don't give the money to the fucking sheriff. And give everybody a damn home. Like, pull off your police officers and pull off your law enforcement from Stockton Boulevard and tell them to stop arresting people for being unhoused. They're arresting people for being unhoused. Y'all don't make sense. Do your job. You make it seem so hard, but...
Can I get your final comment, please?
I'm sick and tired of you white people making decisions that oppress black and brown people. So get your shit together.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start.
Okay. Hi, my name is Liz Gomez, Chief of Staff for County Health Services. So public health has had a plan, has created budgets. Whether that ends up getting to those with the authority to make funding decisions, which initially was the CRF committee overseen by NAVGIL and approved by the Board of Supervisors, another question. Another reason money is not getting spent at the rate we'd like to spend it is because many of the administrative processes for spending this money have not been modified to reflect emergency procedures. For example, board letters are still required for hiring positions. Why leadership doesn't sit down with the full public health leadership team at the beginning of this and ask, how can we make sure you're successful? What barriers can we remove, and how can we make sure you get access to the resources you need is a concern. In addition, we've been working in such an uncertain funding environment that standing up, managing, and deploying programs is very challenging. As the manager of the community testing program, it took me a significant amount of time to get the limited funding we had to begin with on the board agenda. This unfairly required community partners to work off of goodwill instead of executed contracts. We are now coming back to the board with just 2 weeks left on our current contracts, rushing an extension on critical infrastructure, leaving us once again unsure on how to communicate to our community on what we can expect moving forward. This confusing environment is pushing us to point fingers at one another. So I urge us to be partners in this process. I understand the board is upset about where we are, but can you imagine how devastated our community and public health team is around the level of uncertainty we have due to this situation that's been created? So I just want to make sure that the rightful anger is directed to the appropriate space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hi, my name is Jamie White. I'm the incident commander for the Sacramento County Public Health COVID-19 Department Operations Center. I wasn't actually planning on calling in today. I don't have a prepared statement, but I'm pretty disappointed by how this item was presented this morning. One thing that I think has not been made clear is that the term unspent is not exactly accurate. And I can give a couple examples of the difference between unspent and encumbered versus considered fully spent. So, for example, if we've ordered an ultra cold refrigerator for vaccine, but it's back ordered and it hasn't been delivered yet, that's counted as unspent. Even though we've done the work to get the contract, to make the purchase, we just haven't been invoiced and it hasn't been delivered to us yet. Another example would be if we've entered into an MOU with one of our community partners to provide wraparound services, and there are still some outstanding invoices that we haven't received, then that money has been encumbered. It just has not been, but it doesn't count as being spent. So of the $45 million, it's closer to about $8 million that has been truly unspent from the public health budget. Public health has had a plan and a budget from day one. We have continued to move forward with that plan. Whenever the Board of Supervisors has made a suggestion for additional spending, whether it be Wi-Fi in the park, whether it be these clear scans is the most recent thing, we have pivoted and seen where we can make adjustments, and our staff has spent their valuable time in trying to engage in breaking through all the administrative barriers to make that happen. And one of the things that I asked back in August when I wrote a letter to the board pleading with you guys to go ahead and approve the funds for public health was, I said, please, set us up for success. And one thing that hasn't happened is the administrative barriers have not been removed for us to be able to spend. We're still having to do exceptions to bid. We're still having to do memorandums of understanding. It's the amount of time I spend on administrative barriers and trying to overcome those, I can't even begin to describe to you in words. So I think it hasn't been made clear to the public that we are working on these. Public health has been meeting on a weekly basis. We've been preparing reports. We've been trying to navigate all of these administrative barriers that have not been lifted for us. And again, this circles back to this. It was caused by NOVGIL, by not allocating funds to us, by even after those funds being allocated to public health, there was another 2 months delay before we got it. And so we effectively had 4 months.
Can I get your final comment, please?
Sure. I'll also point out one other example. We just got approval. We had to do a board letter for limited term positions based on COVID. That just got approved last Tuesday. So how do we
get your
spend
final
funds
comment,
for
please?
positions we haven't even been able to hire yet? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Adria Okoro, resident of District 5 and the Policy Director for the Sacramento Housing Alliance. I would like to first thank Supervisor Natoli for his practice of consistently hearing and putting forth recommendations by the community for the best interest of individuals and families during the pandemic who are housing insecure. With the $40+ million in unspent funds, we need to prioritize public health, which needs to be coupled with preservation of housing for those who are at risk for losing their homes and need to socially distance. The best way to address homelessness is prevention. There are thousands of individuals who depend on county action living in the unincorporated county who have lost income and will be hard-pressed to pay past due rent. We are requesting for $10 million of the unspent CRF revenue to be used for the SHRA Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program. It's known as the SARA program. Many of the funds for this program are coming from the city of Sacramento, and we need the county that has a larger budget to act. Thank you so much for hearing my comments, and I look forward to working with Ann Edwards and the rest of your team to further find funding to support the SARA program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle. I'm standing outside with other business owners who have been impacted by the county's response to COVID-19. With the $65 million or the allocations, whether we keep it or not, I ask that you consider the fact that businesses are going under, and as you prepare to go on a month recess, as you continue to receive your full salaries, that you consider how many of us are on the verge of bankruptcy, struggling to keep a roof over our heads or feed our families. And if you're going to do anything with that money, that you send it out to the people. Defund testing and tracing. We know what to do with COVID-19. The hospitals know how to treat the patients. Therapeutics are available. The money needs to go to the people that have been affected by the negligence of the state and now the county. In addition to those of us that are outside, you guys are in violation of the Brown Act. Executive orders that come from the governor bypassing the legislative branch is not a constitutional way to go about blocking us from observing and participating in the meeting. That's all.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments. Caller, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry.
Yes. If you can't see from the comments, the outrage that's being expressed to you that this needs to change and you need to guarantee that the Sacramento community is never put in this position again, I don't know why you sit up on that board. You should be guaranteeing this in writing, that we will never be dependent upon the sheriff's department, probations, the district attorneys, or any part of the carceral system in needing emergency funding to guarantee that Sacramento, like that public health, the health services, and other community-based organizations can get the money that they need. You can put this in writing, and it should be a verbal commitment from each and every one of you, save for Sue Frost, who is definitely on the take from all these places. But you can put this in writing, right here and now. It's already been committed from the interim CEO, Ann Edwards. And I would hope that that is a firm commitment and is unequivocally stated from you, Supervisor Cerna, you, Supervisor Kennedy, you, Supervisor Natoli, on this. And hopefully the incoming Supervisor, Rich Desmond. You are being given a tremendous amount of responsibility to oversee these programs. And you have a tremendous power to control how these fundings go. We shouldn't have to move money into the sheriff's department in order to free up money for other departments. You could just set aside general fund money, seeing as how the sheriff doesn't seem to have seems to have more money than it knows how to spend, or at least it knows how to spend it, but it's just being given so much that it can't spend it quite as quickly. I don't know. But you can retroactively do this. Ask county council. Ask community members that have experience with this. Look to the other California communities that have already done this. Hundreds of people are dying right now. My uncle is in a hospital in Florida right now, dying from COVID. And you could be doing something to save every life right now that isn't infected with this. You can be helping to keep roofs over their heads by putting it directly into rental assistance. You could literally pass a regular ordinance, as you did earlier in March, that freezes rent payments, mortgage payments immediately until we are out of the worst of this virus, until everybody has access to the vaccine. But for some reason you still don't, because either you care more about your comfort and the business interests that would make your life that much more uncomfortable, or you can't, or you just don't believe it, like Sue Frost does. Please, 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 think outside the box. Stop prioritizing your comfort and sense of stability for short-term gain, and really
Can I get your final comment, please?
Take risks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
My name is Ryan McQuinton, and I'm a lifetime resident of Sacramento County and resident of District 1, but I've also lived in District 3 and District 2 as well. I'm calling because I have a grave concern, and as well as a public program manager with Public Health Advocates and working in community services for the last 6 years. I'm calling because I have grave concerns about the management of the COVID Relief Fund Act and how we've managed to not only once but twice have such poor governance over these funds that we're now having to look for another emergency response that funnels money through the Sheriff's Department as a way to keep funds available. This is sickening. I do not feel safe. I do not feel trusted in our current executive offices and how many of these funds are being determined. The fact that our county leadership has for years operated in conservative governance hasn't resulted in efficient and effective management in moments of crisis, yet horrible mismanagement and the cost of literal lives at the hands of a pandemic and racial and systemic oppression. At this point, when county officials refuse to meet with the groups who can give them the data to better respond, Sue Frost, I'm talking directly to you, and that your attempts to say that you want to see emergency crisis response for several severe issues of oppression, yet you refuse to meet with the very folks that you make that statement to, is extremely concerning. At this point, we don't need conservative governance. We need effective, strong leadership that looks like making an executive order or an emergency order to direct general fund allocations previously given to the Sheriff's Department to respond to programs like homeless room key services, to make sure that the folks who are working in public health receive the back pay for the overtime that they had to work and have not been paid for yet, that they have their vacation time supported, but also that they are able to staff effectively so they can respond to COVID response going forward. We've already lost 11 lives, and we're going to continue to see them if we don't handle this money correctly. Lastly, I will end with the reality of the mismanagement of this funds also resulted when our pandemic numbers started to decline. Testing sites throughout the county had to close. Why are we closing testing sites when the numbers are climbing? That is a result of the mismanagement of the funds. We can't have this any longer. Phil Cerna, Patrick Kennedy, Don Natoli, Sue Frost, and incoming Councilmember Rich Desmond at some point, I need you to take effective leadership today to make emergency orders of how to allocate general funds that have been spent and use the remaining CARES Funding Act to actually put that into the hands of public health officials and homelessness services so we don't continue to lose residents and lives. Thank you. Please be the leaders that we elected you to be, not the ones you assume the position of in your roles currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the last caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name is George Ball. I'm a concerned veteran in the Sacramento County. And I'm really disappointed in hearing these things over and over again. Why don't we just take some of the money out of the sheriff's general funds, give it to the restaurant businesses, give some of the money to the health department? You know, we need to look at these things. I see, and plus the homeless, I see Susan Frost out there with her people in her district. You know, and I understand what the restaurateurs are going through. I really do. You know, but there's a lot of other people are going through a lot of the same things. So I'm hoping that we understand that we need to be right by everybody, not just one, but by everybody. This pandemic is a very serious thing, and y'all know that. I don't need to sit here and tell you this, you know. And so just take it and look at it, all right? Look at it, and I'm not saying defunding the sheriff department or anything like that, but that money that Nev gave the sheriff department in the first round was unacceptable, very unacceptable, and it's a shame, and y'all know that. The people know that, you know, and so that's why people are looking and they're calling in because they are frustrated, and I hope you understand that, you know. And Board of Supervisors, I understand you have a tough job, But use your conscience. Don't think about black, brown. You know, think about everybody. Okay? Just think about everybody. There's a problem, and it's a big problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
All right, thank you. I'd like to start by having Dr. Kassiri come to the podium, please.
Good afternoon.
Morning.
Oh, it's still morning, I guess.
One more
morning.
minute. So obviously there's still a lot of frustration in the community with the impression that I heard many speakers make reference to giving money to the sheriff. And so I want to hear from you, because you were here clearly in the midst of the discussions we had back in August and September relative to the then consideration of CARES Act funding, allocation for public health, and in the firestorm of the then CEO's explanation that he had used the general fund balance basically as a way to extend the ability to use the CARES Act funding. So I want to hear from you, Dr. Kassiri. Do you support this recommendation? And if you do, why do you support it?
Yes, I do. And the reason...
You're going to have to speak up, please.
Yes, I do. And the reason for my support, one, is that I have worked a long time with Ann Edwards, and I have confidence in the decisions that she is making, that she is being upfront about how this is going to work. And I trust that she will carry through, that the money will come back to public health. We've had several discussions about it, and of course there was the anticipation of the reaction from the public because of what had happened before. But it's different this time in that she has been very open with us in wanting to get our feedback, wanting to know what our needs are, and getting up the budget from us, and we'll continue to give updates on the budget and our needs, and that we will be able to use this money effectively. I do want to point out also, I know a number of times it's been talked about the $40 million, but again, a lot of that money has already been encumbered. But because of the time it takes to get invoices, we're running out of time, but we will definitely continue to provide an update.
So I know that today's deliberation and expected action is on just the ability to preserve the balance of CARES Act funding so that we can have a later discussion about how best to use it. But can you give us a preview of coming attractions in terms of just generally how you think your department would use the funds if the board acts today to approve staff recommendation?
Sure, and if you can refer to the update and the attachments that we provided for you. Attachment 1 gives you a summary of the $42 million CARES money, and it does show you what was approved according to the memo that you requested me to send to you and that you approved in August. It shows you how much has actually been spent. That's money that we've paid out. And then the encumbered shows you what's still pending in terms of invoices. And the what's remaining shows you what, for each of those categories, the amount of money that's remaining. So looking at this, especially being able to, for example, under lab testing, being able to continue with our STEM Express contract, because that's what we're using to be able to provide ready services to the long-term care facilities that are still experiencing major outbreaks, and also in terms of being able to provide those services to our school staff. So that 1.4 million would go to that. Then the next category is with staffing. So that includes the MIH teams that we've had going to the long-term care facilities, doing testing. It includes it also includes the staffing that we're using for some of our testing sites, and many of them, and also for contact tracing and contact investigation. And many of them actually will be converting over to helping us with the vaccination as that is taking off. So that 8.2 million would be used for staffing. And then the next category is with community-based agencies, and we know that this has been a very appreciated and successful collaboration that we've had with community-based agencies. So the 2.5 million will be used to continue providing the wraparound services, which would include some rent relief, being able to provide food and other things that would be needed. I know that there's been some questions about being able to help businesses, but because of the limited amount, it was difficult for us to be able to spread it that far. So a lot of this money has been used for individuals, but definitely knowing that there's a new package coming up, I would really like to be able to discuss and see how we can help the businesses, because we do recognize and acknowledge the hurt that they're facing with the restrictions. And then the last one is preparing for the community clinics. Again, these would be the vaccination clinics. We're just beginning to get our vaccine, and it will be coming in allocations. So we're going to have to, one, be able to move it around to the different locations that need it. We're going to have clinics, both, especially for the long-term care facilities, and then also when we get to essential service workers and critical infrastructure, that's a large group. It includes law enforcement, SMUD, all the different people that help to make sure that our society runs well. So, and of course teachers as well. So a lot of clinics will be included in that. So that is just in general what we'll use the money for, but definitely we would be willing to come back and provide even additional detail for that.
So thank you for that. So let's explore the converse of the question I asked you when you first came up. Characterize what you think would happen, or how difficult it would be to continue to meet the charge of responding to the pandemic if the board does not support. Maybe it's not just the staff recommendation, but in principle, the ability to preserve the CARES Act funding.
We would have to release most of the on-call and registry staff that we have hired that are helping us to keep this going. We would have to stop the MIH units that are going to the long-term care facilities. We would have to stop our contract with STEM Express. And it would be very difficult for us to be able to hold the clinics beyond, because the staffing that we have internally is very restricted, very limited. So we'd be limited in the number of clinics that we would be able to hold.
Would you say that if we lose that ability to use the balance of CARES Act funding, that could result in more infection, greater risk to public health?
It definitely would. It would cripple our ability to respond. And this is a critical time because we're still seeing a surge. And at the same time, also, we really need to ramp up to be able to start being able to vaccinate.
Okay, thank you. I know that Supervisor Tolley is in the queue for questions or comment, but I'm going to beg your patience, Supervisor Tolley, because I have a series of questions for Ann. Thank you, Dr. Kasiri. Stand by, because other board members may want to ask you questions. So, Ann, obviously, there's a lot of skepticism out in the community. There's been some suggestions made by some of the callers that we get something in writing that commits you as our acting CEO to ensure that if we're going to use the Sheriff's Department and Probation Department budgets as a means to preserve the CARES Act funding, that that is in fact what it is going to be used for in terms of the needs that Dr. Kasiri just outlined. Is that something that you would be willing to do in the form of a memo to the board? That's even something that we could post on our COVID-19 response website so that the public can actually see the commitment that you're making in terms of the head of the administration for this county?
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned before, I think that on top of that, it would be wise to actually have something very, very clearly identifiable in the budget that shows the parking space for the total funds in terms of if we approve this today, that shows that these funds are going to be parked there, dedicated for COVID-19 response. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yes, and I want to check with Cindy Nickel to make sure that that's something that functionally can happen. Yes, but I want to check with Cindy Nickel, have her come up to the podium to make sure that that is something that functionally we can do.
Let's have her do that.
Thank you. I'm Cindy Nickel, interim CFO. My understanding is we have established a general ledger account for tracking our coronavirus expenditure, CRF. To do so for the general fund, I understand is difficult to do in the middle of the year, but what we would do is a couple things. DHS has established order numbers, which allow us to readily track how money is spent. We'll continue to do that with regard to this money that becomes general fund money. And secondly, we would certainly be in a position to allow that money, any money that's unspent out of the 49.6, to be carried forward into FY22. At that time, we could create a line item in the budget for this money.
Okay, I guess I'm not an accountant, so I don't understand why it's difficult necessarily to create a line item that just, for the designated purposes of just being as clear as possible, especially for the public's benefit. I don't understand why that is a difficult thing to do.
Sure.
So I think to get my affirmative vote on this, that's something that you're going to have to figure out.
Okay. Well, I will commit to doing that, working with the budget and finance folks, figure out how best to achieve that.
And not to wait for the next budget.
No, yeah.
And then lastly, Ann, and then we'll get to Supervisor Tolley. You and I did have some discussion one-on-one about timing. Is there a way to actually account for the funds that would come from the sheriff and probation first before the COVID money goes to those departments in terms of the balancing act we're trying to achieve here?
I think so, but I'm again going to have Cindy answer that question because it's really moving money. It's not.
I understand.
Yes. So if I hear your question, so we have been looking at amounts that have been spent on clearly eligible CRF matters, and this is continuing to evolve as we work with the department. So the reality is that about of the 49.6. 4.9 would go to general fund COVID-related expenses like the senior meals, the Project Room Key, other things like that. About 11 million would go to correctional health. About 32 million would go to probation, and 1.6 to the sheriff. We would, on the same day, put the CRF money into their accounts, immediately take out the general fund net county cost and put that in DHS.
Right.
Okay.
And we expect to be able to do that as early as next week.
And do we have, or do you have, both of you, Ann and Cindy, have independent authority to make that happen without the discretion of the sheriff?
Oh, yes.
Okay. That's good.
And I'd like to just mention, by the way, that the board has the power to determine the budget of the sheriff. So your direction to us is what we will enact.
Right. Supervisor Tully.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to talk about some of the assurances, but first I want to, with Dr. Kassiri there, thank you, Olivia, for going through this. I want to try to align what's before us and what is in the Health Department budget. We have the 40.8 and the 8.8 from the prior fiscal year. So as Olivia was going through this, she was working off the $42 million approved funding request and talked about encumbrances and about continuing those services that are critical. So if someone could help me understand where the 40.8 is some of that over and above what's been either spent or encumbered, and or does that is that equivalent to the 42? I trust not, because at least $9.5 million show as having been spent. So I'm trying to understand, is there a chart that's available to us that we can follow? And some of this was on item 5, and so I don't know, we're getting this out of order, but I want to be sure that I'm clear.
Again, this is Cindy Nicole. I have a handwritten thing here, but basically the amounts. So I'm just going to walk through the math for you. So we got $206 million. So far of coronavirus relief funds, we've spent 156, which leaves the 49.6. And so of that amount, 40.8 is the amount that already has been appropriated to DHS for FY 2021.
40.8 of what?
40.8 of that 49.6 that we're talking about.
Okay. So that's that's in the Health Department. That's in the budget that Dr. Kassiri was describing in responding to Supervisor Stern a moment ago.
Yes, indeed.
So that money's already been budgeted. It's either been encumbered or it's anticipated that it's going to be spent on all the things that she outlined in the categories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
What is not in their budget is the 8.8. So what happened was in FY 1920, we had expected to be able to spend 148. It turns out that 8.8 of that was for pension obligation bonds that finance has subsequently determined are not CRF eligible. Mm-hmm. So that's why we have this. So we had the expenses that we spent in FY 1920, but we didn't have the ability to be reimbursed by CARES Act relief funds. So that means we're short the 8.8 million. Our recommendation, as we've discussed, is to actually spend that money this year and to increase the amount of money for DHS by that 8.8 million.
Okay, so the number that's in here that is attached to the approved funding request, the 42 million, is 40.8 of that in the 42, or this? Again, there was more. I mean, Bruce described this because I think there was, and again, I want people to be on the same page with this. So it was like 65 million of the CARES money that went to health, or what was the number? And I want to track this because, again, I think it's important.
So I'm sorry, the way I have the funds that were spent calculated doesn't quite correspond with what you're asking, but I think the bottom line is that, and I'll look at Matt to nod, is that we're talking about giving DHS 49.6. The 42 million that you're talking about is for the contractual and the immediate expenditures that they're considering.
Right, but so let's stop there, Cindy, because the 42 million is what was approved, but a good portion of that has yet to be spent. It's been encumbered, and as Dr. Kassiri pointed out, there were some continuing efforts here where that money would be spent. It's anticipated to be spent, but it hasn't been entirely encumbered. So if I look at the chart, again, it was attached, and that Dr. Kasseri was working off of, there was $14 million that was approved funding remaining. Now, is that tied to the 40.8? That were,
Yes.
or the 49.6?
Yes.
That is.
Yes.
If I take that, back that out of the 49.6, does one make the assumption that then there's 35 million more?
I don't have this.
Okay, well, because
information,
I want to be,
I'm sorry.
again, and I don't want to, to spend a lot of time on numbers here, but it's important to understand that we're going to, one, stand behind what was approved, and if there's a supplemental amount to what you described, an 8.8, because that it can be rebudgeted under the actions before us. Again, I heard some of the testimonies, we all did, from some of the folks who work in the department who have tracked this and are responsible for certain aspects of it. So if you're looking at the chart that we all have, this is public information.
Yes.
So if I take you over to the column that says that there's approved funding remaining $14 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if you take the encumbered yet unspent, that'll get you up to $32.5 million. So is that what the 40 million 8 is going to cover? Right.
Yes.
Because I heard,
Yes. Yes. So there's an additional above that. There's the 8.8 million that they haven't programmed yet because you haven't approved it. But that's additional funding we're planning to give them that's not shown here. Right?
Is it?
Yes. It is not shown. So the additional
the 8.8 isn't in here.
It is not in here.
But the 40.8 is in the 42?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then the additive is the 8.8.
Exactly.
Okay. And all that has been, with the exception of 8.8, has been designated, but the 8.8 would be available to the department to extend the efforts beyond what's shown here and or other things that are contemplated.
Yes, indeed. So the plan that DHS can put together will include that additional amount if you approve it today.
Okay. So while we're still on the same page, then I wanted to ask about the assurances, because it seems to me, and you responded, so I don't need to ask the question again to Supervisor Cerna, but that, and I asked this very early on in the hearing this morning, that when we take this action, we direct, it's not about that some department head has the authority to retain the money. Oh, aha, well, this is who showed up my budget. No, the action is here to preserve the $40.8 million that's already been allocated to, promised to, part of the budgeting for the Department of Health, Public Health, and all the things that have been described here by Dr. Kasseri, and to take 8.8 on top of that, make that immediately available, and that is embodied in the action that we're being asked to take here today.
Yes.
And so there's no question. To your point, you said you're going to transfer it. Obviously, Ann's submitted to make the commitment on behalf of the exec's office, and so there's no question. The money doesn't get stuck. It doesn't get parked there. It basically it backs up what already was action that was taken in the health department, but it supplements that in addition to.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that's embodied in the action that we're being asked to take here today. Is that correct? And if we need to stipulate that, make it as clear as...
That is absolutely what will happen, and as Chair Cerna suggested, I will put something in writing in consultation with Ms. Travis.
Okay, and thank you, Cindy. Can I ask Dr. Kasseri? So, and you're comfortable with that? I mean, you've already spoken to Dr. Kasseri, but I just want to be, as I kind of walk through it, I want to be certain. So, is what I described that's accurate, and it means you've got not just the $42 million, but also then in addition to that, the 8.8. I say 42 because that's what was in the budget. That was what was previously approved.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from supervisors? I do have a question about timing. When would this actually occur? Like today, after we act, if we affirm this?
what I would like to do, we are in the process. We've already started looking at the various expenditures that are clearly CRF related. So we intend to do that in one day, and we can do that as early as next week.
Okay.
We just want to confirm. What we don't want to do is use costs that turn out later not to be clearly eligible. So I want to really kick the tires, not have the same thing happen again that happened with the pension obligation bonds.
Okay. Next part of my question about timing is it the fact that this is our last meeting of the year and the board's about to go on its traditional winter recess? Is that the only reason that would keep this board from making any decisions about allocations that could be used for things like assisting restaurants or helping with food banks or doing other economic recovery assistance with a portion of the funds?
Yes, because we will not have an opportunity to come back to get your input on particularly how the increase of the $8.8 million shall be spent. But we will, during the recess, be carefully working on a plan and come to you at the beginning of January with some recommendations.
So that's almost 3 weeks, right? I'll tell you right now, just this is my opinion. Others may have a very different one. I'd be very willing to interrupt our quote-unquote recess to have a special meeting convened for the express purpose of getting that allocation made as quickly as possible. I mean, to the points made earlier about businesses being on the precipice of failure. Shame on us if we're going to wait 3.5 weeks because of a traditional recess, not to get those funds to the people that need it the most. So I don't know what others on this board feel about that, but it's not like I think we're going to be traveling much, given the circumstance. So I would very much like us to consider that. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. A couple of things. First of all, with the commitment of this money actually going to what it was intended to go for through the CARES Act, which I am very dubious was the case the last time that we did a transfer like this, and I asked for it to be enumerated and I never got that. With the commitments that I've heard today, I can feel comfortable going forward with this. For that reason, and also because, and first of all, let me apologize for raising my voice earlier. I think most of you know it's not my way, but this is very, very important. But also the commitment of having a plan that will guide us so that we never have to have this conversation again. And I'm confident in the CEO who has voluntarily come to me and said that's the idea. I can do that. On the other note that just which I punched in for actually, that the chair just brought up, there is nothing that many of us will ever do in elected office that's more important than what we're doing today. If we can't inconvenience ourselves during a break, that's ridiculous.
Right.
So I am completely in support of that if necessary and if it helps the community.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Tolley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just back to the 8.8 million, and I'm perfectly fine if you call a special session as soon as tomorrow. But I'll make my commitment to attend whatever time you need to do it. But I wanted to ask about that because I think part of the disconnect, and it's been cited here this morning, is that health department's involvement in that. Now, as to my question just a few moments ago, the 8.8 was going to go over to Department of Health Services, Public Health, and that under the guise of that framework, that's the lens by which we would bring back the discussion and any determination by this board. So it would involve Dr. Kassiri, Dr. Bielenson, and obviously staff, certainly Mr. Wagstaff, but it's not going to some committee, and it's not just us up here, saying, well, we think it ought to go there. It's just going to come through that lens, and obviously the ultimate, I guess, determination would rest with this board. But I want to be certain about that, Ann. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. We will also include Troy from Economic Development, because we've talked about getting money to businesses and how he can assist us with making that happen in an efficient and effective way.
Okay. All right. And again, I would just a note on this is that we received a good deal of correspondence, some very thoughtful reflections and suggestions and requests, and maybe demands in some cases relative to use of dollars that would be a part of that discussion. And many of them are related to public health, but some are to some of the other things we've talked about here today relative to people's situations and their just overall well-being. And so again, that may be a short turnaround to try to do that, in a matter of a week or two. But I'm perfectly willing to meet for as long and as much as we need to in order to make sure that money gets out as quickly as possible. One last thing, if I could, too, and I think it was reflected in some of the commentary here today, and I think some of the processes that we use that certainly have requirements around them for contracting, purchasing, hiring, and so forth. And I guess I was under the understanding in August that as a part of the determination that was made that we would do our best, certainly to stay within the parameters of the law, but to facilitate, the getting people on board, the contracting, and so forth. And I think we've seen obviously some results of that. But I guess maybe in your analysis, Ann, and I don't necessarily need to have this afternoon, but if there were things learned relative to the efficiencies and the ability to implement quickly when we're still under declared emergency, and to use whether it's general fund dollars, public health dollars, FEMA dollars, whatever, to again have accounting for those dollars, but to act quickly and quickly isn't a matter, in my view, in something like this, a matter of weeks or months. It's a matter of being able to do that, to devote the forces, the resources to do that. And so, again, maybe that's something, as we, look back on this and as we, work through it, that we find ways to, going forward, from this day forward, but certainly in the time to come, to make sure that we're best prepared to be able to do that and do it quickly. So, because I think that's part of the frustration we hear from some of the folks here today.
Yes, and I am committed to doing whatever we can to do it quickly, as long as there are certain things that we have to do. I don't think as a government entity we want to give money to another entity without having some sort of contract or MOU, because that protects us. And I don't know, Lisa, is that accurate? And there are some issues around sole sourcing items that we have to at least be careful about. I know we don't want to spend a whole lot of time doing these long competitive processes, but when you have multiple organizations who provide either the same service or the same equipment, we do have to at least be sensitive to that, because all businesses are struggling. And so how do you pick one business over another to do business with if there is no criteria for selection? So we can do that as quickly as possible, but some things we do need to do to protect the county.
And I would just maybe echoing what was said here about the urgency, but working around the board's schedule. I think that there's a certain time frame for submitting through process, something can be shortcut. But I'll speak for myself as one member of this board, that if it meant in order to implement in an urgent or emergency situation for us to take action and to, again, with proper protocol, proper noticing, but for us to take those actions that, can sometimes, linger, so to speak, in the process, just because that's the normal process, even though it's getting done. I think that that's something too for at least in my mind, that where if we can help facilitate that, we should absolutely do that. One last comment, because it's come up here today. We've heard it, and we've seen letters from employees, and this issue about compensation. It's a bargainable item, and there's contractual obligations and requirements, but that seems to still be unsettled. I have no idea where that stands. I have some idea, but I don't, where it is immediately. And if that continues to be an issue, I think we need to do our best, certainly under your leadership, to see if we can't find some solution to that when people were working under very difficult circumstances. We recognize them this morning, and we compliment them, but some folks have certainly gone above and beyond, and I don't know how we can bring that to some hopefully satisfactory closure, but I would encourage us to try to figure that out before this money is exhausted. So
I have had some preliminary conversations with Mr. Devine about that, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to comment on the fact that I think we all unanimously voted to allocate funds to public health and to where this money wanted to go. So I feel that that's the intent of this board is to meet the needs of all the departments. And I also want to say I'm not opposed to having a special meeting, but I wonder if one of the considerations we have to keep in mind, and what we've had to do over the past year, is it's been kind of a fluid situation. It was like, we were trying to use the money, put the money to use as quickly as possible, get the money allocated to those who could use it first, and we still don't know if there's more funding coming next year. And so there are considerations. We can rush to allocate and pigeonhole money to where it's going to go. We know we have the intention of it going there, and it's clear that the whole reason we're doing this swap is with sheriff and probation, is that we can make sure that the money, we capture the money so that we can use it another day. So I just, if this board wants to have a special meeting, I'm not opposed to that, but I wonder if we should give it a little bit more time until, so that we know what our options are as this unfolds.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I'll just comment on whether or not a special meeting is appropriate. First of all, I think for the expediency factor, it may be, and that's going to be something that I'll follow the CEO's lead on. And the second she thinks that it would make things happen quicker, then I'm all for it. The other thing is I think that part of the reason we got to where we were was we over-delegated. And, the board, because we all thought it was a good idea to be as nimble as possible, we delegated a great deal of our authority to the staff. And I'm not in favor of going in that direction again.
Okay. All right. So if there's no further comment or question, I'm going to move the item with some amendments. Those amendments being the assurances that our acting CEO, Ann Edwards, has made to put in writing the commitment to ensure the funds, dollar for dollar, are going to find their way to public health, and that be made a very public document, and we'll figure out the best way to do that, but I think that it can be put on the web. And then, of course, one of the other things in my motion is I want to make sure that the budget line item label, title, characterization is appropriate so that the public, if they want to look at the accounting of this, can find it easily. And then I do also want to, I don't know if it needs to be in the motion or not, but I do want to move that the board, be willing to act as quickly as possible, including a special session to discuss, deliberate, and approve specific allocations once these funds are accounted for. Supervisor Peters, that's a motion.
I have a question about your motion. On the special meeting, are you leaving it to the acting county executive to determine whether it's necessary and the timing of such? I mean, because you have a couple holidays here, and I don't know if you've got a full workforce right now, and some of these things take more than, what is today? Wednesday, you'd have
So I would like
days.
the opportunity to work with Bruce and Olivia and her team to see what kind of time they may need to, because we need to have a plan before we bring you something.
Mhm.
And I don't want to bring you something that is haphazard, because I'm hearing that you want more clarity, detail, and structure to that plan. And so I want to make sure that you have a good plan. And if we can put a good plan together very quickly and come back sometime during the recess, we'll do that.
Yeah, so the answer is yes, we'd leave it up to the CEO.
I didn't understand what you
The
said.
answer to your question is yes, we'd leave it up to the CEO.
Okay. 'Cause I wonder if you put that all in writing and put it on the web, if that would, and it's more intent than actually voting on it, but.
Yes, in order to actually take any action on the plan in
Okay.
terms of giving
All right.
money to anyone, we would need your authority to do so.
Yeah, we're not going to meet just to meet. We really just
No.
want to make you attend another meeting.
Thanks for that, Patrick.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, just on the motion. So what would be coming back is the, again, as previously discussed here, the 8.8 million, the 40.8, that's over in Department of Health Services. That's for already encumbered and or designated areas, and that's not up for discussion. It's the 8.8. Is that correct?
It is the 8.8, and then there was some, it appeared from the chart that there was some money that might be unencumbered,
okay.
and we will work with Public Health to identify that and make sure that we come with a full plan based on money that is either not spent, not encumbered.
Okay. All right.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you. And thanks to staff, everyone from Public Health to the CEO's office and Ms. Nickel and Bruce, thank you all for, Dr. Bielenson, thank you all for being very thoughtful about this, especially as much as the communication deserved a lot of attention. I think that you did a good job. I'm sorry that some people felt that I or we were condescending, but it was really not intended to be. It was intended to be as clear as possible. So thank you for that. All right.
Okay, for item 4, this is the authority to amend and increase the expenditure agreement with Runyon Saltzman Incorporated in the amount of $3 million for the term ending June 30th, 2023, to provide increased media consulting services.
So I'll try to be really brief with this. So in December of 2019, the board approved a contract with Runyon Saltzman. Prior to this, each of the public health programs was contracting on their own for media buys and media consulting. But through discussions, we felt that it was better for us to have one agency that we were all working with, because many of the programs that we have in public health do require us to do some media advertising on different programs such as tobacco education, oral health, and the sexual health programs. So what happened is this came into effect in January of 2020, and during this year, of course, that's when we had COVID-19, and we had a need to put more money into this contract so that we could start working on messages to the public about testing, about what COVID-19 is, and also now as we go into the vaccination, about vaccination. So again, going back to one of the attachments, attachment 5 that we have in our board update, is a brief summary of what Runyon Saltzman would be working on, or is actually working with us on in terms of key messaging for the COVID-19 campaign. So because of that additional need, that was why we brought this back, so that we could increase the amount. The initial amount was for 1.5 million that would go through June 30th of 2023, and this is to increase that to 3 million.
Okay. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I think I find the staff report to be somewhat confusing. It says amended increase expenditure agreement in the amount of $3 million from 1.5 to 4.5. That sounds like $3 million. Then later on under expanded contract scope, it says the total budgeted amount for COVID-19 is 1.5 million. Not
Correct.
3.
So the original contract with Rennie and Salzman was for 1.5. So the new request is to add 1.5. That would increase the total to 3 million, and this would go through 2023.
If I understood you correctly, that isn't what this says. It says you're going from 1.5 to 4.5. You're not adding 1.5 to 1.5. That's 3. I don't understand your math. How much is the current contract?
The current contract is 1.5.
And what kind of an increase are you asking for?
Oh, I'm sorry. The increase is 3 million. My apologies. So that would be the 4.5 total.
Okay, so then on the second page, just before the 71J analysis, where it says the total budgeted amount for COVID-19 is 1.5, what is that referring to?
That is referring to the campaign that we have in attachment 5, which is specific to COVID-19.
Okay, I don't have any attachments here.
Attachment 5 is part of the next budget item of our board update.
With attachment in item 5, Susan.
Yeah, I saw that, but it should be in this item, and I still don't understand what you're asking for. Ann, can you help?
So the increase is for $3 million. 1.5 of that increase will come from this exchange that you just approved. So it says here CARES money, but it will be the freed up general fund money. So that's half of it. The other half will come from other grants within the department that does not increase net county costs, but it's other grants that they have to cover the twofold increase, 1.5 and 1.5.
Okay, I understand the flip-flop,
Right.
There's something I am missing here with confusing the amounts. So we got 1.5 now. What's the total contract going to be? 4.5 million?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a $3 million increase. But when you look under expanded contract scope, it says total budgeted amount is 1.5. Is that the previous 1.5? Or half of the future 3 million?
So just to break it down again, so the total is for 4.5. 1.5 was what we had budgeted before. And then now we are adding 1.5 that is for COVID-19 and an additional 1.5 from other programs, some of which I mentioned: tobacco education, sex education.
Okay. Personally, I don't feel that's clear at all in this staff report. Then the other thing I had asked for under this item was a better explanation of how the money is being spent, rather than just, usually when you have an advertising campaign, you buy spots on, TV, social media, print, radio, etc. And I was expecting to see that in this item.
So we have that for the COVID-19. It shows you what the breakdown is. So as I mentioned, the attachment 5 that actually was
I see the placements in the next item.
Yes.
It doesn't say how much is being spent on these.
Okay.
And it should be maybe replicated in this item. So if someone's reading it separately, they don't have to wonder what we're getting for our money.
Sure, sure.
So, all right, so you're expecting the reader to do the math on a $3 million and 10% goes to the green category. I can't do what it, 14% to radio. So is that?
Yeah, I think we could have put the dollar amounts instead of the just the percentages, and those percentages actually refer to the amount of time that is spent on the different media mix. So we can include the additional detail on the dollar amounts.
On the what?
On the dollar amounts, which is what you're asking
No,
for.
I think it should be in this staff report for item 4. And you know, my concern, as I told Ann when this first came in front of us, is that I want to be sure that budget staff and public health staff doesn't start with a $4.5 million base next time if you renew, that these monies are hard to come by, one, and that's why I want to know how it's all being spent, and two, just let's not start at 4.5 next year, or whenever it is they want to renew the contract, or you put it out to bid, and you know, once we get through this tough time.
Understood.
So can you, for what goes on the record, can you add a page explaining the amounts that are spent in these various categories?
Sure.
Okay. My questions?
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just a quick question. So this media campaign, I guess, started in November and is plotted to go through the end of February. But with the rollout of the vaccines and so forth, is it anticipated, Dr. Kassiri, that there's going to be a need to continue, you know, the outreach? Again, you know, again, you've selected some targeted zip codes, but also media markets and so forth, and you're using different mediums here, which is good. I trust that it's in different languages. I think it was touched on in some of the background materials. But so what happens at the end of February 2021, which is, you know, roughly 2 months away?
The contract actually goes through 2023.
Okay. But is the $1.5 million all bundled up just in the $1.5 million that we're looking at putting in for the CARES fund transfer, the $1.5 million there? Is that all going to be expended by end of February, or are you going to have some?
That's through at least June.
Okay. So that again, that wasn't real clear. So this will allow us to, again, because I think this is an important aspect, complementary to all the testing and obviously the administration of vaccine, and then, you know, and whatever continues to roll out from the, you know, various, you know, opening or, you know, stay-at-home orders and so forth. So, okay, so this isn't going to end in February 2021. It will actually go to, expected to go through June.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this?
This is for item 4. No, you don't.
Okay. There's no further questions, comments for staff, directed towards staff. I'd entertain a motion at this point.
So moved.
It's been moved by Supervisor Kennedy. Did I hear a second from Supervisor Tully? Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters voting no.
I'm voting no because of the poor writing in the staff report.
Okay.
Poor explanation.
Thank you. Right.
Okay, for item 5, this is the report on COVID-19 response.
Mr. Chair and members, we already gave our report on spending. Libby already gave that. So I don't know what you want to hear. We obviously have 47,000 or so cases. They've been baked in, as we talked about before, because Thanksgiving gatherings have already occurred. So what we have We're on a stay-at-home order now for at least 3 weeks. I would estimate that it'll be probably 8 weeks. Just an educated guess that as we come to Christmas and New Year's, excuse me, there'll be gatherings as well, and they're going to lead to more cases going forward for the next 2 to 3 weeks after Christmas time, and so that'll make it a 5, 6, 7 week period at least of stay-at-home order. We have the good news, of course, is vaccines are coming. We have our first Pfizer vaccine, which was here 2 days ago, I think. It's 15,000 doses, and it's about 95% effective. It requires extreme cold, so it has to be done mostly at institutions like UC Davis, et cetera. The second one from Moderna is coming 94.5% effective. Is coming in the next week or so. EUA, emergency use authorization, should be approved by the FDA shortly. That doesn't need super cold, it needs cold. So it'll be more available in the general population, in the non-institutional locations. Phase 2 is essential workers, as Olivia was mentioning before, and others in the healthcare field beyond the first-line responders, the first-line health people and nursing home folks who are in the first phase. The second phase is the essential workers and other healthcare workers, and then third phase is people with underlying conditions and over 75 or 65, but mostly 75 years old. And then lastly is the general population. And as we go through this, it'll become more and more given by local health departments and pharmacies and hospitals and doctors' offices as we get to the tail end of it. And initially, it's mostly given by the hospitals themselves. And my guess, the best estimate that I've seen is that December and January will be the phase 1, January and February will be phase 2, February, March, April will be phase 3, and April, May, June, July would be the phase 4, which is the general population. That's just an estimate, and it's based completely on availability of the vaccine, which is coming in pretty fast.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, Doctor. So we're now in State of California COVID Plan 5.0. We're into the regions now. So, and that's where the 15% threshold was put to stay at home. Do you you might, off the top of your head, where Sacramento County is in that as opposed to the region?
So Sacramento County, my looking at it yesterday, was about the same as the region. The region is Sacramento and the environs, and it's 15% of the ICU beds or less available is a metric that the stay-at-home order is based on. In Sacramento, we were at like 14.8%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if we were in region or if we were just Sacramento County, we'd be in the same.
We're close. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're close.
Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Dr. Bielenson, one of the statistics that we don't see is having to do with this 15% goal of having 15% open. But what we don't know is what percentage is usually full in hospital ICUs at this time of year.
Right. So usually this time of year is the flu season. The flu season, as we've talked about before, in the southern hemisphere, which went before us when it's winter, was much lower, but predominantly because they had the same actions that you take to prevent COVID are the same actions that prevent flu. And your point is very well taken. Oftentimes, the ICU rates are low, ICU vacancy rates are low in this time of the year. But what we were trying to do with this stay-at-home order is to keep them from continuing to surge southerly, if you will.
I understand that, but I still don't. I mean, what I have read online and looking at national statistics is that hospital ICUs are normally running about 75-80%.
Yes.
So is that true here? And so there's only a 5% gap for coronavirus?
Yes, that's true. This is the time of the year when the ICUs are particularly heavily hit, but they tend to plateau at a certain level. We're not plateauing, we're surging. And so I think they wanted to stop, I'm speaking for the governor, I suppose, I think they wanted to stop the noise, stop the surge from making it go below zero, if you will. So we get stuck with
The reason I'm asking, Peter, I'm following you, but I think the public thinks that 85% of the ICU is COVID patients.
Oh, no, it's not at all.
That's
It's
the
not at all.
confusion
Yes.
out there.
Yes, it's
and
not
it's
at
not
all.
true.
Correct, that is not true. It's, I think, about 35%.
30%.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
30 to 35%.
And I wanted to add to that also, going back to your question, we usually have about 20% capacity in the ICU around this time, again, because of the flu season. But what's made it different this time, as Dr. Bielenson pointed out, is that we're seeing a surge in COVID cases, and especially in many of the hospitals, it's over 30% of the ICU beds. And so that means that that's reducing the number of beds that are available for other diseases. And also, if we're continuing to go up, as you may have heard, that in Southern California, they've gotten actually to the point where they have zero capacity.
Okay, I understand that, and you keep telling us that, and the media keeps telling us that, but I think there ought to be more Sacramento specific, and I think you need to put it on your webpage, that what the percentages
of the cases
are, because people are
ICU
very
cases
confused.
are COVID?
We actually do. We give the total numbers, and this is based on the reports we're getting from the hospitals. We have the total number of cases of COVID, total number of ICU beds that are being utilized, and total available. So that gives you a
Okay, but does it separate out on your, you said total
Dashboard.
percentage of ICU beds that are available, does it separate out illnesses other than COVID in that percentage? No.
It will give the total and then the COVID. We don't break it down any further by any of the other illnesses.
Yeah, I think the public needs to know that in a more clear manner, so you're not making them figure it out. I mean, I have a lot of questions about that from the public.
Sure.
And then I wanted to ask, and I don't know if one of you would know this, but I've had a couple people ask me about the legality, and when we're talking about the legalities of all this and the pain that it's causing businesses. Has anybody heard of lawsuits that would compare, let's say, the county shutting down a business to fix the streets or something, and what we have to pay them, compensation, anything like that we might be being sued for compensation of shutting a business down? Is that going on anywhere?
I've not heard of that. All I heard of the court cases is with the churches. I've not heard of that. All I've heard of the court cases are the churches.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question about ICU beds as well. I noticed that the San Joaquin region, I believe, a few nights ago, at least the way it was reported on KCRA, was at 0% capacity, ICU. In fact, they put it a different way. They said there was 117% demand, I guess. So what happens when you have a neighboring region that not only doesn't have any ICU bed capacity, but I assume there's some kind of waiting line. I hate to be that flippant about it, but what happens when you're adjacent to a county that doesn't have that capacity, but you do have some capacity? Who makes a decision about
where they go?
Yeah, patients get transferred, if at all?
That's made at the state level. So there's a system where if a hospital has needs either for staffing or beds, that they submit a request to the state, and then the state helps to find out where there's availability and either is able to provide more staffing or find additional beds in another county.
Okay, and then, so you just mentioned staffing. There's the metric of ICU capacity. What's the current status, if you know this, about the labor that's involved, the ICU nurses? Because I'm reading some real-time reports that we're approaching some real critical shortages of ICU nursing professionals.
So the number that we're quoted about number of available ICU beds is actually only those that can be staffed. Okay. So that gives you an idea of what the staffing capacity is. But yes, there is a shortage in many of the hospitals in terms of who's available for the staffing.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Oh, yes, I wanted to ask, back in November, we talked about the restaurants representing 7% and gyms representing less, and I had requested some data and statistics on all of the businesses and what percentage of COVID positive rates they represented, and I never heard anything back from your office.
I'll check on the status of that.
When do you think we can get some feedback on that?
As soon as this meeting is over, I'll check and give you a timeline on that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Natoli, did you have?
Yeah, just very quickly, I wanted to thank certainly Dr. Kassiri and Dr. Bielenson and their staff, and also our IT, information technology staff. I know they've been working on the Wi-Fi in the parks, and I saw a list, I think it was sent to the board members here this morning or late yesterday afternoon, and it was good to note that you've been working with the local park districts throughout the county within the framework of some of the cities, but also obviously an unincorporated area, and appreciate that. I think that'll certainly be beneficial for folks, even if stay-at-home orders are finally lifted. I just, with some of the youth sports being suspended and or into some of the tiers that we hope to be in at some point in time, but yet a ways off, I think certainly young people and families and the ability to be in recreational and open spaces, but also have access to Wi-Fi is really important. So thank you for that effort. And if you could, I just was going to, Dr. Beals, Dr. Kassiri, I know it's been long awaited. The state issued the guidance relative to athletic activities, and both for adults but also for youngsters. Could you elaborate on that? Because obviously that impacts what was being suspended as the fall season, and now we're into the winter, spring, and so could you just elaborate on what that guidance was?
Yes, thank you. So the guidance again is mainly just emphasizing the fact that we're still only allowing the conditioning, that competitive games are not permitted at this time. I know that there was a lot of hope that we would be able to start it in January, but that was right before the surge, so that has been put on hold. But my whole thought is that as soon as we're through this, that those guidelines will be released.
Well, didn't they also specify certain contact sports versus individual sports were allowed in certain tiers? I mean, we're in my term here, deep purple right now, and you've got to get to red or orange before you could actually have some of the, particularly at the high school and college, junior college level, or even at the intermediate school level, a lot of those sports that were being held with the hope, I think, that something might happen after Christmas. Pretty much to your point, Dr. Beelens, if a stay-at-home order is going to be in place for another, 4 or 5 weeks, 8 weeks total, I think I heard you say, and that was your best take on it, that the practicalities of fall and winter sports with each passing day, I think that fades away. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes. So the non-contact sports, yes, are more permitted than the ones that are contact sports. And we do have a detailed outline of what's permissible and what's not that we have posted on both the public health and environmental management websites.
Okay.
They're basically the same sports that we talked about 6 or 8 months ago, is which was allowed and which are not.
Okay. I know that we did, over time, we had a few groups that reached out, I'm sure not just to my office, but obviously other offices, and posting that. I trust, again, your staff has been pretty remarkable in the way they've been able to, turn around and certainly respond to information. But again, if we could just double check and see if there was, some youth groups and others that had written us that were holding out prospects for last year's season that may again be affected.
Just have Rebecca send it to us and we'll get it
okay,
right away.
we could do that. Okay. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on, and again, I appreciated the sharing information, but we've had some recent inquiries, at least one recent inquiry from a local newspaper in the district that was concerned about, the fatalities attributed to COVID in a specific facility, but also getting information as related to skilled nursing or nursing homes. And the initial information I think was a little bit sketchy, but I think in the follow-up I wanted to say that it was helpful. They went to the state source and were able to actually make contact with the facility. I saw an email, I don't know if you were looped in, but yesterday where the facility representatives responded to that. But but it makes me want to ask though, in the numbers that are reported, are those reported separately when it comes, because
there's 305 nursing home deaths.
Yes.
I have about 600 total. Is that right?
But are they rolled into the larger number? So if
yes.
you have a zip
Even
code,
the number of the 600 that includes the 305.
it does. Okay.
So it's usually about 47 to 50% of the deaths are related to nursing home patients.
Right. So if you have a zip code, 95 blah blah blah, then the deaths attributed to COVID-related symptoms and/or COVID would include both the nursing home as well as others who presented themselves to hospitals and/or
depending on where their residence is, yes.
Okay, where their residence
Right.
is. So that's the governing piece of it too. That if they were out of state, contracted it, or even out of county, they would be reported as having
I don't know.
perished because of that, but it would be back to their home county or home state. Is it that? Do we do
Yes,
that?
the deaths are recorded based on the place of residence. Say in California now, if we had someone who was maybe at a nursing home outside of Sacramento,
Yeah.
was brought here in the hospital and died here in the hospital, that death would still be counted for the county where they came from. And I also wanted to say my condolences on your loss. I know it's kind of hard, but
Yeah, my great aunt was 102 and passed away from COVID-related conditions, but she had a good long life. But thank you, Dr. Kasuri. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's again. Thanks for the good work, and hopefully today's discussion will, both this but what the previous will help us move forward both with resources, but I think with better understanding about how we work our way out of the situation. So.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I just wanted to point out this is Dr. Bielensen's last update to you here, and I just wanted to salute him for the work that he's done on these updates, and just wanted to note that this you won't be seeing him in future updates.
Thank you, Dr. Bielensen, for your service, and I know it's been a challenging, difficult year for you and the whole department, but I think your leadership has been exceptional, and especially your willingness to do the kind of outreach that you have and be as accessible as you have been. I don't think I've ever seen a public employee on the TV as much as I have in the last 9 months. So.
And doing it from home too, not having to go.
That's right.
Yeah, I get worse and worse stressed.
All right. Any further questions for Dr. Bielensen or Dr. Kasuri?
No, thank you both.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, we have public comments.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
How many do we have?
We have approximately 3 or 4 right now.
Okay.
Okay, please send the first caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Alrighty. Yes, my name is Richard, and I'm calling
because I'm quite concerned about this COVID stuff and this vaccine nonsense. But I want to know each supervisor's position on the Great Reset. Different supervisors ridicule the public when we share accurate information on issues. They don't question their own sources, they only dismiss ours. It can be very frustrating and definitely inspires a louder voice. A lot of counties and states have handled our skilled facility populations most tragically throughout this illegal shutdown. Knowingly sending infected residents back to their facilities, though hospital beds were made available by the federal government, it was murderous and genocidal what occurred. Now we have another genocidal event being thrust onto our most vulnerable. The residents in skilled facilities don't get to choose yes or no. They don't have the ability to refuse the vaccine. Go ahead, supervisors, ask your doctors if they are in essence injecting our most vulnerable with what amounts to be a lesser deadly version of the virus. How much less deadlier, let alone all the other questionable ingredients, rushed on top of that. Best way I can state this, into the arms of potential death sentences injected into a population that has already been decimated by careless do-gooders. All the pathways to hell paved with so many good intentions. For 9 months, so many of our loved ones have not been loved on. That is speaking of itself. We can't even be by their sides to advocate for them. Do you dare claim that you care? Your words are cheap. Your action and lack of action speaks for itself. Now you want to use our seniors that are trapped in skilled facilities as guinea pigs. Just how sadistic are you? What is your justification to impose such a threat onto our already decimated, most vulnerable population? Why can't we work more on therapeutics that we know that won't hurt them? Can you not take a breath? Can you not ask, what are we doing? Can you not open your eyes just a little? Does your self-righteousness have to exclude empathy? The government doctors have been proven wrong from the start. You never ask them real questions, and you never let us ask them for public record. Are you not concerned about what history will record? Or is it just a mask? A quote, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under obstinate moral busybodies who torment us for our own good without end, with their own with the approval of their own conscience. C.S. Lewis. One final quote. It is hardly too strong to say that the Constitution was made to guard the people against the dangers of good intentions. There are men in all ages who mean to govern well, but they mean to govern. They promise to be kind masters, but they mean to be masters. They think there need be but little restraint upon themselves. The love of power may sink too deep into their own hearts. Daniel Webster. Thank you. I know many of you are trying to do a great job, but we have to get back to our Constitution, and we have to protect our seniors in skilled facilities. Please slow down on this virus forced upon them. They're the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Okay, Funky Father, welcome servants. I'd like to thank you for joining my call. Just a reminder, you guys are servants. You're supposed to serve the people. We're here, and right here out front, you have a bunch of people who are here to have comment, to speak, and you're not allowing people in to represent the people. Yeah, I do see you have other people there that are not real people. They must be part of your program. So we've given you peer-reviewed studies. We've given you comment from the people. We've given you all kinds of stuff. So since you don't listen to that, well, I got a lover named Liberty. Yeah, she's always telling me I gotta be free. Never gonna put any chains on me. Oh, she's the kind of lover that you never leave. If I wanna keep her, I better treat her right. Yeah, to come for liberty, you know you better get up and fight. Enemies of liberty, you're always drawing me out. Defend liberty before she disappears. Oh, I gotta love her name liberty. We fit together so naturally. A gift from God given to me. She is one divine beauty. Yeah, if I want to keep her, I better treat her right. Yeah, to come for liberty, you know we better get up and fight. All the enemies of liberty are always drawing me out. Defend liberty
before she disappeared. Yeah, I got a lover named Liberty. Before I was born, she was loving on me. Always teaching humanity. Without liberty, it's all slavery. Get that right, servants. You need to pick up and fight for liberty. We are the people. You're turning the whole world into slaves. Not that we're not slaves already through your crazy ass indoctrination programs, but we're not having it. Enjoy your day, servant. Don't forget, you serve us.
Thank you.
Do we still have time left? How much time do we have? Because I could go all day. Because this is unmitigated bullshit.
That's a
that
different
you.
speaker. Let her call back.
Next caller, please.
Can you turn the sound down any?
Yeah.
I mean, I complain when it's not high enough, but
Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
too loud.
Yes, hi. This is Liberty. Please listen to me carefully. All of you at the BOS, Phil Cerna, Kennedy, Natoli, Frost, and Peters, you are required by law to terminate this health emergency and not further enforce it. Your oath of office requires you to uphold California Health and Safety Code 1080, which requires this board to terminate this local health emergency at the earliest possible date. We are at month 11. You are required to terminate this emergency today. There's no emergency. The numbers are meaningless because the FDA and the CDC admit that there is no reliable test because COVID has never been isolated. The virus never has been isolated. You, the board, and all the persons in it, including the 2 MDs, you are put on notice of a civil lawsuit to request a writ of mandamus to force you to take this action, which you are required by law to do. The governor's emergency orders are null and void, which was confirmed on November 13th ruling by Superior Court Judge Hackman. The governor has zero authority to implement any shutdown in any county, in any tiers. Regardless of any resolution by any county, no business has to be shut down. No mask mandates, no social distancing. These are only guidelines which are not required by law, therefore cannot be enforced. If you do not uphold the law, we are coming after you personally, one by one. Did you hear me? Phil Cerna, Kennedy, Natoli, Peters, Frost, and the 2 MDs. We are coming to get you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes your public let me just double check with staff. Oh, yep, that concludes your public comments.
All right, very good. And our morning calendar, correct?
Pardon?
That concludes our morning calendar?
Yes.
Okay. We will recess. You want to come back at 2:15? Just do
Sure.
2:15. I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Wednesday, December 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli? Here. Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Great, thank you.
Okay, your first item, number 6, is approve authority to apply for grant funding from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments 2021 funding round and the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program. Provide priority ranking for certain projects and approve authority to execute a funding agreement with the City of Citrus Heights not to exceed $17,000 should certain grant funds be awarded.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. Thank you. Okay. We're here to ask the board to endorse a list of projects to be submitted to the SACOG Regional Funding Program and the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program. We're asking that you authorize, let me take this off if you don't mind. We're asking that you authorize the submittal of the grant applications. We're asking you to prioritize certain grant applications and authorize the negotiations and execution of a funding agreement with Citrus Heights should the planning grant be awarded. There's a couple projects that are probably different than what you're expecting to see. As you know, we worked with your offices over the last month and a half, and there's a few projects that you may anticipate seeing that won't be on the list, so I want to cover those now. The first three are actually really good news. The first is West Elkhorn extension into the airports. Transportation, in cooperation with Cindy and her staff at airports, found out about 3 weeks ago that we received $11 million for the West Elkhorn extension into the airport. That again was working with the airport staff, my staff, also with economic development and planning. And so those efforts, we're very excited that that project is whole and can now be moved forward to construction, so it's dropped from this list. The Watt Avenue Complete Streets project, we also received notice that we are receiving $8 million, which makes that project fully funded and allows us to drop it from this list also. South Watt Avenue in the limited partnership program, we just received notice that we received $13.27 million, which reduces the ask. We were talking about an ask during this application process of $15 million, so we will only be asking for $5 million. We also went through the pre-application phase with SACOG, and some not so good news is the 46th Street and Lang Affordable Housing Project was deemed to be ineligible. The reason for it to be being ineligible is to receive federal funds, it has to be a major collector or higher. In this case, we would be addressing roads that are minor collector or residential roads, so it's not eligible for federal funding. This is a very important project. We'll continue to seek funding. We're looking at whether or not it can be tied to a school for safe routes to school funding, possibly, and also CDBG possibilities.
Thank you.
Yeah. Feedback from SACOG also informed us on our priority rankings that we'll go through, and it narrowed our overlay request, AC overlay request list to $20 million and 6 projects. Just to be clear on that, we're hoping to receive $20 million. With that, as you know, we will be putting SB1 money. Hopefully it'll be a $28 million project, of which we'll see that the overlays are pretty well spread out, but there will be additional overlays, and as is customary with our overlay projects, there will be the correct supervisorial splits, so we address high priority overlay needs in every district scattered throughout the unincorporated county. As I mentioned, SACOG this year for the first time is asking us to rank the projects. However, there is 2 categories in which it is not necessary to rank. The Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Grant, of which we would be going after in partnership with Citrus Heights. This is to build a pedestrian and bike pathway along Old Auburn Boulevard and Watchtel. They'll be taking the lead on that, and if we're successful in getting that grant, we would ask that we can enter into an agreement to provide as much as $17,000 of match money and additional staff resources to help support this collaborative process with our neighboring jurisdiction. Also, the SACOG community design grants do not require that we prioritize them. Our 2 community design grants are Arden Way and Greenback. Arden Way is the second phase, the first phase, as you know, starts from Watt Avenue, moving westerly to Morse Avenue. This picks up at Morse Avenue and continues westerly to Fulton. Greenback Lane is a project that we've gone after quite a few times and have not been successful. This is from Chestnut to Walnut. We also will be strategizing. SACOG had some concerns over the high asks in these categories. We are definitely going to submit an application at this amount. We're looking at the possibility of giving a Plan B option to strategize on being able to continue the momentum on Arden Way and also get at least a catalyst project and a start to Greenback. We want to make sure we get something going to keep us going.
Excuse me, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Ron, let's go back to, I don't understand where it's not ranked because they chose it, or that's no longer required in community design?
Community design is one of the 2 grant programs that they're not asking for rankings, so it's not part of the criteria. They just, in all the others, they're taken into account, and it's part of the process of how a jurisdiction ranks their projects. For community design this year, they're just like it's been in the past years. They just stand on their own and will be awarded based on the applications.
So no community design applications were included? I guess I'm not following you.
I'm sorry. So the jurisdiction have been clear. The jurisdictions will still, every jurisdiction will still submit projects in the community design category. There'll still be the same process for awarding community design projects. However, SACOG is not requiring that the jurisdiction says, this is my 1, this is my 2, or this is, so we don't have to give our priority.
They want more subjective work on their side?
Correct.
Okay, so is this part of the new setup? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Where are these people?
Make sure, okay. So this is the remaining 18 projects. So the projects, most of them are due on January 15th. A couple, I think there's 5 of them that are due on February 1st. So we will be, if your board allows us to move forward with these grant applications, we will be busy writing these applications. So number 1, the South Watt project. Again, I talked about that. We're asking for $5 million now, not $15 million. Alberta is just $5 million remaining to make that project deliverable. Projects 3 through 8 are our overlay projects, and again, we'll be putting more money to it and adding additional roads to deliver a larger project than is awarded. Project number 9 is the Hazel Avenue interchange. We're asking for $11 million, which is for the design and right-of-way. I know that sounds like a lot of money for design and right-of-way, but as you know, in a prior board item earlier this year, that project is a $97 million interchange project. The goal is to get it ready so that in future subsequent cycles, we can go after construction funding to try to close the gap on $97 million. So the next project is Stevenson Avenue, Cottonwood Lane, LC Avenue. This is an area that has over $20 million worth of needs. We'll be asking for $2.825 million in order to close the highest priority critical gaps of sidewalks in this area. Watt Avenue Complete Street infill, Don Julio to Elkhorn is another area where we have high volumes of pedestrian traffic, big gaps in sidewalks, and we're going to try to make that a easier area for bikes and pedestrians. We have Folsom Boulevard Complete Streets, which is Man Love to Starfire. And then we have some an ITS project from Kiefer, Bradshaw, Gerber, Elk Grove, Florin. The Fair Oaks Boulevard is the one project that's in the GAP funding program. That project just needs $1.5 million so that we can deliver it in its entirety. So that's the one project we have there, just asking for a GAP closure. North Watt Avenue Bike and Ped planning grant, which is at Roseville Road. I know you guys are aware of the really high priority bike and pedestrian project for the county where the UP tracks go over Watt Avenue. Pedestrians and bicyclists are forced to go through a tunnel adjacent to the roadway. They're right at close proximity, right in front of McClellan. We've long been searching for an option there. As you're aware, there's talk of third track and other big UP projects that we thought would address it. We need to do something, at least have a study to see what we can do now. And so that's going to be a planning study. Bradshaw Road at Jackson intersection, and then Madison Avenue complete streets. The following two graphics are just showing that these priorities, where they are located geographically, and as you can see, they're scattered throughout the county. These are the projects that exclude the overlays, and also we show a graphic of the overlays being also throughout the county in every district. And again, we'll be adding overlay projects to this to deliver the final project. There's just one last project I'd like to ask for the ability to explore and possibly submit a grant. It would be the last, fall on the list of the last priority. Recently, actually as early as yesterday, but late last week, our partner agencies with this board's seen the integrated corridor management work that's been done to look at how we can deal with issues that occur on 50. Caltrans, SACOG, El Dorado, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, City of Sac, County of Sac, and West Sacramento have all been working together on that project. They're looking to explore a grant for this cycle. They came to us after this information was submitted. We do have the Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee Program that collects a small portion of it for ICM or ITS type stuff, so there would be a possibility of a match. So as we told them, we'll seek that endorsement from the board, and if received, we'll begin working hard to try to see if we can come to an understanding. Our grant would just be to deliver the county's portion along Folsom Boulevard, and we would proceed with making sure that, I think the match is estimated at $105,000 for just shy of $1 million project would be the county's piece along Folsom Boulevard, basically in between Watt Avenue and Hazel. So if approved, we will work with those agencies to try to come up with, they'll all have projects that all work together along Highway 50.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yep.
Yeah, Ron, I just as you're going through this and showing these exhibits, and I know you've had a chance to brief with each of us on the board, but our board earlier this year on a couple of occasions spent quite a bit of time in these chambers talking about an approach that we believe from the county's perspective would give us more flexibility, particularly as it relates to maintenance and modernization, the category that shows up here in a lot of your proposed submittals. And one of the things, again, I certainly want to thank my colleagues on this board for their work at SACOG. Obviously, that didn't play itself out exactly how we had requested. But I guess I'm a concern I want to express, and again, recognizing that you're looking at major corridors, you're looking at trying to fit into some of these categories, you're going to anticipate some flexibility on the paving side of it. But to sound like a broken record, but nonetheless, I think, out of what I consider my responsibility, when I look at the rural road system, and it's not entirely in District 5, that, other districts intersect with some of the rural roads, the system is crumbling. And one of the conversations that we had at this board was to allow us the flexibility, you as our director, working with our staff and this board, to find ways to make those investments and to, get some, traction at the SACOG level. And I guess what I want to ask you, without putting you on the spot too much, but here, these are, and the closest you come to that is the intersection, and it's not really rural, Bradshaw, Jackson, and it needs to be upgraded, but it's in a, in a area that's anticipated to develop and carries a lot of through traffic, and maybe Alberta Road to some degree in an area that's yet to develop. But I guess I'm curious is that, and I had a conversation, even though I'm not on the SACOG board, with SACOG staff about my concerns about, farm to market roads that are important for commerce, for movement of people daily, that now a lot of times because of the congestion that we try to address on our major corridors and our freeways, those rural roads, a lot of those arterials are, they're taking traffic volumes that were never anticipated, let alone the truck traffic that's, in a lot of cases, basically moving off system to, meet deliveries. And then we look at just where we've been in the last 9 months. And, folks, doing stuff online with home deliveries, just the traffic there, even though maybe lighter vehicles, has really increased significantly. At least that's my estimation. So I guess my question to you is that, are we getting any traction with SACOG staff regarding rural road and our needs to maintain that system and not necessarily put bike lanes on a rural road, although that might be desirable in some cases, but we don't always have the right of way? Or are we still being held to this standard that says, well, if you're going to come in there and you do that type of project, then you've got to widen the road, you've got to put in, additional modes. And I'm all for accommodating those in some of the rural areas, but that takes a project 3 or 4 times the cost of just doing overlays and some of the important aspects of keeping those roads passable and certainly safe. And so I guess my question to you is that, is there anything that we can do in this action that reflects obviously being competitive in this arena, and recognizing the work that my colleagues and certainly on behalf of this board have done in some of the previous conversations this year that could get some traction? And being a part of a 6-county region, we're not alone in having rural roads. I don't know how the other folks deal with it, but I feel not only obligated, but it's real. I mean, any of us could drive out there at this very moment and see the condition of that system, and it deteriorates daily.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question, Supervisor Natoli. Obviously, I think you guys are all aware this is something I've been extremely passionate about. It's been 17 years we've been trying to get traction in various levels. Over the last 2 years, thankful for our board support and trying to push for a lot of the things. I think you hit probably 6 big topic areas that we were trying to address, and I think to the answer of did we get traction, I do think we did. I do think SACOG has tried, certainly did not get what we were seeking to try to get. And what you've mentioned is still concerns of ours. And so as we move through this process, we're going to see how this plays out. Certainly way prior to 2 years from now, we're going to begin the process of seeing how we can make it even better. But to the extent that you mentioned that a prioritization, being able to take a look at a 7-year plan and, say, maybe you see that we don't have anything in year 1, but in year 3 and year 5 we do. And so it's easier to get buy-in on where we're moving forward and being able to plan and prioritize, and also seek other types of funding to help with those projects. And so that's, those are real reasons why the other thing is we don't go after projects that aren't in the MTP SES. So we are working towards those goals, but being able to go directly at our priorities is extremely important to us, and with the scarcity of transportation funding, that's very necessary. And so we're still working towards that. I mentioned that we may go after a smaller project. I mentioned it in terms of Arden Way and Greenback because SACOG's hesitancy to funding a larger project. But if the county, for instance, received their money on a targeted, nobody likes the word formulaic, so we're trying not to use that anymore. It's targeted approach. We could determine that we're going to address this area now. So we're going to do a larger project here, and we're not going to do a bunch of smaller projects. Less disruption to the community. You save money because economy of scale. So you're hitting, I really appreciate the question. You're hitting on a lot of the things we're working on. I think we made traction, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to even have a greater impact at the next round.
Okay, thanks.
Does that include your?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, thank you. Ron, I want to go back to the grant candidates non-ranked.
Yes.
Maybe I guess I missed this over the weekend when I was reading this. But I thought I heard you say what I would consider some discouraging remarks about this category, that you're going to have to work hard to figure out how to get it money. If this is new, I mean, what's the process here to get these 3 projects on the books?
Yeah. So in community design, we have just the 2 bottom ones. The top one is the Caltrans Sustainable Planning Grant. So Arden Way and Greenback, it's the same process. What SACOG said during the pre-application process, and we hear it, we've been through this cycle many times, so we hear is that going in with a large ask, for instance, if there's only $12 million for the region in this category, which was, I believe, the dollar amount from last cycle, asking for $4 million for Arden Way and almost, 2.6 for Greenback, you're looking at asking for over half the pot. And so what their guidance was can you give the selection committee a lesser option that's still significant enough to maintain momentum on Arden Way, or in the case of Greenback, to get momentum, because we've applied, I think, 3 times and haven't had anything awarded, to at least get our foot in the door there. So go after the larger actually, their suggestion was to go after a smaller project. We took that information.
So a 3-phase project turns into a 6 or 10-phase project?
Correct. That's what their suggestion is. Our suggestion was, let's go for what we really need, and then we are exploring whether or not we would, within the same application, have a plan B at a smaller option. And what we're doing now is to see if there's something significant enough that it would be worth giving a plan B.
Well, so what if there isn't something significant enough to have a plan B?
Then we're going to have plan A and
ask for the full amount,
and run the risk that the selection committee thinks it's too big of an ask, and the risk is that you could end up with nothing.
Do you know yet where both of these projects break up, where there would be a logical split that you could apply for different amounts?
Yes, but in using your district's project, Arden Way, the reason why it's set at the $4 million, it's actually a $6.7 million project, but the ask is $4 million, is because that gets us all the way to Fulton, which is a logical segment. So could we pick a midpoint and stop? Yes. But again, it's the disruption to the community, it's the economy to scale, it's the, we're trying to get through this in 3 phases, which is quite a bit as it is. And like you just mentioned, 6, 9, we're hoping to not have to do that. But again, we need to continue momentum out there. So we're looking at a strategy. We certainly don't want to come out of this funding cycle having to wait 2 years to do anything.
Well, part of the design on that project is to narrow Arden Way. I mean, how would you do something like that?
I'm not following you. So what we'd be going after would be to basically provide better bicycle facilities, probably buffered bike lanes, separated sidewalks. It looks awkward when you stop mid-block, but as you're familiar, we're almost...
You're going to put medians in and separated sidewalks and landscaping, and I thought you had to narrow the lanes a little bit to get all that in. Is that not correct?
No, that's not correct. So the current project does not anticipate any lane reductions or... there may be a narrowing of the lanes, but that you can transition if for instance, we went from a 12-foot lane to an 11-foot lane. But those can be transitioned.
Okay. Then on the rural roads, is there some connection you can make through the RUCS program to tie that in, the rural urban connector? Is there a way to rope that into the application?
Yes, there's just... There's certain types of overlay projects that SACOG feels better mirrors their MTP SCS goals. And so as you start to try to strategize on how to obtain the most money from the program, it's probably unfortunately, we have overlay priorities almost in every category you can think of. That's not a good thing. That's not meant to be a good thing.
SACOG doesn't like overlays.
They don't. And so we can generally find, we can find high priority overlay roads that meets the criteria that they're looking for. And so what we do, and then we have other funding streams such as SB1 that can accomplish some of the high priority rural roads, but in every district there's roadways that already have bike lanes. The ones that are high ranking are roadways that you can go in and you can place an overlay, and when you come back and restripe them, the width is there sufficient to allow for new bike lanes. I mean, that's the perfect roadway to apply because you're adding bike lanes, and that goes a long way to accomplishing the goals of the program. And so, but a roadway that already has bike lanes, you're not getting the benefit of that. So we search for in a high priority category, and like we have $20 million worth of overlays that we can go after. The big thing, probably should stop here, but the big thing is we're hoping to see $20 million get funded. We went for 20, as you know, we went for 21, and the idea is that SACOG is going to support, it's a huge priority to the county based on our backlog. They are going to support overlays in a different way. That's hopefully some of the momentum that we got out of this round. But last cycle, we went for $22 million and we received somewhere in the neighborhood, because I forget the dollar amount, but between $2 and $3.5 million. It's just the county of Sacramento with our pavement conditions needs to be able to rely on this funding source to help address the needs within the unincorporated county. And I think they heard that message loud and clear.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, just a quick follow-on. I appreciate Susan asking about the rucks. And when I think about, in particular, the Delta roads, which have a different set of circumstances than many roads in the region. I mean, there may be a few in Yuba and Sutter County, but generally, certainly the road system in southern Sacramento County, but even in northern part with Garden Highway and so forth, we've got a levee system that protects us, obviously flood protection, protects life and property. But those roads are critical, and they're being used by not just traffic generated in Sacramento County, but from throughout the region, not Northern California, in Bay Area and so forth. And there are some state highways that intersect and interlace in those areas. But it would seem to me that from the standpoint of our economy, when about half of our agricultural farm gate activity comes from the Delta, last I recall, roughly $500 million agricultural industry, roughly a half, maybe just a little bit less than that, was generated in the Delta. And I think about the condition of those roads. Again, they're reliant, obviously, for a movement of goods, certainly of people. But you're not going to get the bike lanes in most cases out there, and the condition, again, in trying to compete for the monies, when we're now looking at $500,000 a mile or more just to do overlays in some cases because of the deteriorated condition of the underlayment and so forth. I would hope we could make a case at SACOG, and again, calling out the Delta, which has unique qualities for a variety of reasons, environmental, agricultural, recreational, and certainly from a standpoint of livability and accessibility and safety. I would hope, Ron, that we could make a case maybe out of that category for at least a segment of our road system, which is very expensive. In a lot of cases, we don't even own the underlying framework where which that road sits on, those levees. And we've struck agreements, but again, any one of us could leave here in 20 minutes from now, see how bad that system has continued to deteriorate. And not because your crews don't respond to some of the most urgent needs, but I would think that we can make a case for that, and I would hope so. And again, I appreciate the advocacy. Again, I will say it one more time of my colleagues on this board in trying to, get, away from maybe some of the more standard approaches here. But I would hope that we can make the case for, at least for the network of roads that, run in alignment with our levies and serve those areas of the county.
We certainly continue to make that case. I think it continues to be heard. I think that the kind of the next step of the case we've been making is the time's running out. At a 49 PCI, pavement condition index.
I'll take the 49 PCI anytime.
On some of those roads. Well, your district on average is 49. And I'm talking averages.
Give me
There's
the
many
49,
roads.
I'll be happy. Let's go right now.
Yeah. As soon as I said it, I knew I was going to get it. But it is important that if we don't address them now, those projects, and a lot of them are in reconstruction, which reconstruction is 6 times the cost of overlaying a road. So that the pavement backlog is going to continue to increase exponentially if we don't start addressing these roadways. And SACOG understands, we've pushed so hard, and I'm looking at the supervisors on SACOG that really worked extremely hard to have that message be heard. And again, I'm highly hopeful that we're going to walk out of this grant cycle with $20 million of funding towards overlays. And if that is the case, then I will say that the message was heard and we did get traction.
Okay. Supervisor Frost?
Ron, I want to thank you for, I can't even count the number of all the help you've given. So I want to go on record as saying I think you're awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I was just wondering, because at SACOG we talked about the target projects or targeting projects that could be, we could expect that if we got the phase 1, we would continue, in the next couple cycles to be in line to be able to finish it. Because part of our argument, or part of our conversation at SACOG was around, it would be so great if we knew we were going to get something so we could have matching funds and so forth. And we didn't get that guarantee. But does this presume on these grant candidates that if we did get funding that we are now kind of in the queue and it's likely that we'll continue to get funding in the next funding round, as upcoming funding rounds come? Should that be our mindset?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly in cycles past, and part of the reason why on Greenback the strategy is we just got to get our foot in the doors. Once they have funded a project, they are more likely to continue to fund that project and help us out. In talking to SACOG and working with SACOG, who's been a great partner, and I hope I'm not coming across, because this was a tough, year and a half of trying to get our needs heard. They definitely have stepped up with a lot of things that are positive to try to help meet our needs, and time is going to tell, and we're 100% optimistic in working with the SACOG staff and very appreciative of what they've done, that this is going to be successful. Yeah, they've given that indication, and I think there is no certainty, as you said, as if you as a board here was to approve a 7-year plan that we had, then we would have the certainty we're going to continue. If it was just what we were trying to strategize to have happen, we would get our money on a targeted formulaic basis. We would have a plan. So we don't have that type of certainty, but we do have the assurance that SACOG has heard us. They're working with us. They've always been a great partner to work with us. So we have high expectations this is going to be very successful.
Yeah, and they've been actually working with the community too. So it doesn't go unnoticed. Yeah,
and I've been appreciative. They've reached out numerous times, we just got the guidelines on one of these last Monday. They're scrambling to try to put it all together. They've reached out to all of the neighboring jurisdictions for what we're seeking to get out of it. So they've made big steps, and I definitely has noticed, and it's been a great partnership. So
Thanks, Ron.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Ron? All right, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak?
Do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay.
I would just say to Ron, don't change your cell phone number.
I will not. I think she knows, because we don't live too far apart. She could probably find me. That may be worse.
All right, entertain a motion at this point.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Bring home that 20 million, Ron.
Yeah.
For item number 7, you have the zoning ordinance amendments related to accessory dwelling unit standards. Request to amend chapters 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the zoning code related to accessory dwelling units. The environmental determination is exempt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, Planning Director, here to give the staff presentation on this. It is a little high. Thank you very much. You'll need it back up for Todd when he comes up. All right, so we are back in front of you making changes to our zoning code around accessory dwelling units, also known as granny flats. This latest package is prompted by changes made by the state legislature in order to continue to promote the construction of accessory dwelling units throughout the state. So this package amends zoning code language related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units along with standards. It brings the zoning code into compliance with state statutes that became in effect as of January of 2020. You did initiate this package in April of 2020, and staff has been administratively incorporating the state minimums into our zoning code ever since January. So much of this package we have been operating under for the year. So the major amendments have to do with junior accessory dwelling units is one of them. This is a new subcategory of ADU. So junior accessory dwelling units would be carved out of an existing home, or you would be converting a portion of an already built home into a junior ADU. They're relatively small. They have to be under 500 square feet. And they're probably more common in urban areas than they are in like the unincorporated county. A junior ADU would have an efficiency kitchen. It can include a bathroom, but you can also share the bathroom with the primary home. It cannot be used as a short-term rental, and one of the two units has to be owner-occupied. Another major change to state law is allowing the addition of accessory dwelling units into multifamily apartments or multifamily structures. So multifamily structure may add up to 2 newly constructed ADUs on the property. It can also develop existing non-habitable areas like garages into ADUs up to 25% of the unit count. And these new ADUs do not contribute towards the density, nor do they have to replace parking or other areas identified by this. So, for example, we've had an inquiry on one of those fourplex units about converting the garage area and the parking apron into ADUs. And I have we are also clarifying that the state ADU regulations would supersede any provisions in our special planning areas or NPA areas. We are, in this package, something that is not required by state law, we are reintroducing the guest house as a residential accessory structure subcategory. We used to have guest homes in the zoning code. We took it out, and now we're going to put it back in. And I have another slide with a little bit more detail on that. And we also had a reference in our zoning code to a violation dollar amount that has been updated in the county code. So we're taking out that reference in the zoning code to prevent confusion. Okay, so moving on with development standards, I already covered a lot about the junior ADUs, but ADUs have to have a kitchen, whereas junior ADUs only have to have an efficiency kitchen. Junior ADUs are subject to owner occupancy requirements and deed restrictions prohibiting separate sale or short-term rental of a junior ADU. There are no minimum lot sizes for either. ADUs now may be permitted by right without a planning entitlement. They still need building permits and other types of permits, but up to 850 square feet if they're one bedroom or 1,000 square feet if they're two bedroom. And the rear and side yard setbacks are reduced to 4 feet. And that's regardless of lot size. With regard to the guest houses, again, these have to be less than 500 square feet. They need to be a single room. They cannot have a cooking facility, but they can have a bathroom, and they are only for occasional use, which we define based on a change that the Planning Commission made as a maximum of 10 days per month. And they cannot be rented. So one of the reasons here is building inspection really wants to make sure that if there's areas that are occasionally slept in and they're habitable, that that building is reviewed for fire and life safety compliance to make sure that people are safe there.
Leanne, can I interrupt for a sec?
Sure.
Back to your previous slide.
Yes.
The one with the setback.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, are there any instances in the unincorporated county that you can think of where you might have a rear yard utility easement that is wider than 4 feet?
Definitely. So I don't believe that you can get a building permit over the utility easement. So that would be probably a special circumstance.
Okay.
But if there wasn't a utility easement, then you can go up to 4 feet.
So that'll be made clear, though, for any kind of application, so that the applicant understands this is dependent on there not being any easement that is wider than 4 feet.
Yeah, so typically it's going to be when they apply for the building permit that would be the case, but planning would also try to inform them. In a lot of cases, people aren't going to be applying for any planning entitlement. They're going to go straight to building permits.
Gotcha.
Where we then work through the site specifics.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Leanne, we've had a chance to talk about this. The one area that I see being a bit problematic, and again, maybe we have no say-so in it, but is reducing the rear and side yard setbacks, particularly the rear yard setbacks in some of the suburban settings, but in the rural settings as well. I mean, we've all, our zoning code has this as a standard for all the years I can recall being with this county, at least a minimum 10-foot setback in the rear yard. And then as you get into some of the, outlying areas with agricultural, residential, and even agricultural settings, there's really no need to have to, put structures that close to the property line, and where you may even have compatibility issues that relates to, permitted uses, i.e. livestock and other types of activities. And I guess I just find it, that this kind of one size fits all, where they take, what I guess could be more constituted, as you kind of alluded to in one of the other items here, more of an urban type of an approach, is they just blanket in and they say anywhere and everywhere that, 4 feet is the minimum setback, irrespective of where those lots are located in existing areas. I mean, and there are areas I'm sure, in a number of communities in the unincorporated area where there have been other protections, MPAs, SPAs, to provide setbacks and maintain the character of, neighborhoods that were sometimes developed, a generation or two or more ago. And I guess I find it really a little bit dissatisfying, I guess, of lack of a better word, that once again the state comes in and they use the umbrella of the housing crisis, which I get it, that's pretty real, but that they don't allow at least for some recognition of standards that aren't unreasonable, and maybe allow even for some deviation, but to at least allow some discretion with regards to that, and to just say 4 feet. That's what you get, no matter where that lot is, anywhere in your incorporated and or unincorporated areas of your communities. Any thoughts? I don't
Other
know.
than agreeing with you? No, the state law is prescribed, and it is definitely a one-size-fits-all, and it does not recognize that you may have a more rural area with a vastly larger lot that could certainly accommodate more than a 4-foot rear yard setback, and it doesn't recognize that.
Well, in side yards, we've had 5.
And side yards,
yeah.
yeah.
And we've had 5-foot minimum setbacks. My question I asked of you yesterday, does it allow the eaves to project into the 4-foot? So actually you can get within,
yes.
Within 2.5 feet of the fence line?
Yes, as long as you meet fire code, yes.
And there's no discretion at all. It's basically, that's the way it is.
I mean, we can certainly work with our legislative advocates to suggest that the law potentially be refined to not be so focused on the urban environment in a more suburban and rural area. But
maybe not to be so prescriptive, allow a little more.
I mean, one remedy could be that, if we got to that point where we're asking for some kind of greater flexibility in subsequent legislation, you could have a sliding scale of setbacks depending on lot size, correct?
Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, precisely.
How reasonable is that? That's great.
There you go again, making sense, right?
Well, the people that make the laws live in highly dense cities, and they just don't have a concept of the kind of lots that are in rural areas and
or suburban
privacy and suburban. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, not much we can do about that right now, but we can continue to look into that into the future. So we did offer presentations to all of the community planning advisory councils. 6 of the CPACs took us up on that. No significant comments. I would say the small rear yard setback definitely did come up at some of the CPAC meetings. We didn't put that in the slide, but there were comments about that. And we have had a summary of the amendment package on our website. So with that overview, staff is recommending you recognize the exempt status and approve the proposed zoning code amendments.
Okay, any further questions for Leanne? All right, thank you.
What if we don't pass it, Leanne?
We've been implementing most of it since January because we are required to by state law, other than the guest houses.
Go back and undo them all. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
Let me do a quick check. We did not earlier, and we still do not have any comments.
Okay, all right. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Thank you.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Get ready for your next item. For item 8, this is a general plan amendment to adopt Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District thresholds of significance for California Environmental Quality Act analysis of greenhouse gas emissions. The environmental determination is exempt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Todd Smith, Principal Planner and currently the Acting Environmental Coordinator for Sacramento County. The item before you today is a general plan amendment that formally adopts the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District thresholds of significance for greenhouse gases. This is to be used for CEQA analysis for new discretionary projects in Sacramento County. It would be applicable to all those projects, public and private projects in unincorporated Sacramento County. The board is the final hearing body. And just for information's sake, the Air District Board of Directors also adopted this in April of this calendar year. A little bit of background for those who may not be familiar. This is building on several years of legislation going back to 2006's AB 32, 2008's SB 375, 2016 SB 32, And over those periods, the Air Resources Board's climate change scoping plan, most recently updated in 2017. There's a work in progress update currently. And all of these, you can see on the slide how it demonstrates incremental increases in reduction to get to 2005 emissions, or below 2005 emissions, excuse me. And also for background purposes, a little history of climate action planning here in Sacramento County. Those of you who were here for the general plan update in 2011 recall we had a phase 1 climate action plan that was adopted concurrent with the general plan update at that time. A little over, 10 months later, September 2012, phase 2A climate action plan for government operations. The phase 2B CAP, the community-wide climate action plan. Currently in progress, we are working very hard to bring that to you for adoption mid-2021. So this establishment of thresholds for 2030 is necessary because our current thresholds were for this year, this horizon year, 2020. And like I mentioned, with the adoption of the phase 1 CAP via the general plan update, that's where we established those 2020 thresholds. We would see use of these thresholds for projects between now and adoption of the CAP, and potentially after that for projects that may not meet or be able to demonstrate consistency with the CAP. And I'm going to take a minute here to explain what we mean by that. When we eventually have a phase 2B or the community-wide climate action plan, we'll have a checklist for new projects to demonstrate consistency. There may be projects that may not be able to achieve that. So we see the utility of having these thresholds as independent of the climate action plan for CEQA purposes. A side note, the best management practices that are incorporated into attachment 1 of your staff report package notes a couple of important things. One is the assumption by the Air District when they developed these thresholds, they found it most efficient to require no natural gas infrastructure in new development. There are some options available that they point out in section 5 of that attachment 1, wherein I'm going to read the language specifically so it's clear that everyone understands it. Applicants that cannot or choose not to incorporate those required best management practices may propose alternative greenhouse gas reduction strategies that achieve equivalent reductions, provided that they are surplus to the reductions needed to achieve the state targets. And a little bit of clarity on that word surplus. That means that if the state is mandating a certain reduction measure, an applicant then can't double up, if you will. If they already have to do it, they can't get extra credit for doing it. But the point there is that any reduction measures have to be equivalent to what's assumed in these significance thresholds. And over the last week or so, I've had a number of conversations with interested parties on this topic. And I want to make it clear that we as staff and as staff of the Air District, who I've partnered with in resolving some outstanding issues, we're committed to working with all of our applicant groups, from housing developers, commercial developers, across the board, to figuring out whether any alternative solutions exist. In fact, it's very clear in their language that the guidance is intended to allow applicants to pursue innovative and cost-effective measures, and is not intended to restrict the reduction measures to those described here being in that section 5. So back to the presentation here. Again, we would use these for the interim, hopefully 6 to 8 months before we can have the CAP before you for adoption, and potentially after the fact. So this next slide is really just for clarity purposes. The bold text is the text that we propose to change in the air quality element, which simply references thresholds of significance for GHGs and would then subsequently require a greenhouse gas reduction plan to be reviewed by the county and the Air District. Finally, staff's recommendation is approval. And so our request is that the board recognize the exempt status of this request and adopt the resolution regarding the amendment to the general plan, subject to the findings in this report.
All right, thank you, Todd. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, since your boss and your boss's boss are in the room, just wanted to thank you, Todd. We had back and forth all week with a significant constituency group, and there was some serious concern, and they have sent me word that you were very good to work with, and they really appreciated the hard work and effort you came to the table with to try to solve a problem and meet in the middle. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and for letting my bosses and my boss's bosses here.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, let me check with the clerk to see if we have anyone signed up to speak. Okay. All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy and a second by Supervisor Frost. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
Okay. We're close to your final item. This is the declaration of a climate emergency.
Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll handle this similar to the way I handled some of the previous resolutions this year that have been inspired by me. And when other members of this board have something that they want to bring forward, of course, they also kind of take the lead and play the role of staff. And of course, this was a dual effort with Supervisor Kennedy, so I'll say a few words and certainly invite Supervisor Kennedy to do likewise in terms of what this means and why we're asking for the board's approval of this today. I'll start by saying that not only have we had considerable constituent interest, not just recently in this county declaring a climate emergency this year or in recent months, but it's been some time now, and there's been a growing crescendo of interest, I think, especially as we've had a number of discussions recently about our progress on our cap. And I think also, quite frankly, given some of the weather events that we continue to have here in Sacramento during, especially during the summer. I will say that I think this declaration is very carefully worded so that it makes clear for the public what our aspirations are here in Sacramento County to achieve carbon neutrality and to reduce our carbon footprint and reduce greenhouse gases here in Sacramento County. And I'll be frank, it's gonna be a challenge, but I think it's a challenge for our globe, not just for Sacramento County. And as a board member for the California Air Resources Board, I can also say that I think this goes hand in hand with much of what we're trying to attempt here statewide that's affecting the globe in terms of reducing greenhouse gases to hopefully try and reverse the trend of damage to our climate. So I am very enthusiastically supportive of this. I'm grateful to Supervisor Kennedy for his interest and his advocacy to get this completed before the end of the year. And I would now at this time look to him to offer a few comments.
Thank you, Chair. This, as you said, aspiration, this is aspirational. There's no question about it. But it's also, I believe, through science, doable. And well within the realm of what we should be aiming for. The weather conditions that we have experienced, the never-ending fire season that we now experience that are affecting our air quality, and so many other things that climate change is bringing. The impacts on the Delta are going to be, if we don't do something now, irreversible. And so I was happy to participate in this with the chair and get this done. There were some that thought that the goal of 2030 carbon neutrality was a little aggressive. I don't agree. I do think that by doing that, we at least put that goal in front of us and have something to aim for. But again, this isn't just aspirational. These aren't just words on paper. This is something that I think we need to really put our shoulder to make it happen and make it be a reality. One of our constituents wrote in and likened it to a moonshot, and I like that analogy. And when President Kennedy called for the moon challenge, he didn't call to get halfway to the moon. It was to the moon. And so I don't think that anything short of what we have put forward here would be worthy of our consideration today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll just also note we had a recent constituent email today too that sticking with the astronomical theme reminded us that there is no planet B that we can go to. So this is really about doing what's necessary to protect the planet, protect ourselves, protect the future of our children and their children and future generations. It is, I think, undoubtedly the most threatening aspect of humanity right now in terms of what it bodes if we do not take some very deliberate measures to reverse and to address. And so that's why I think it's necessary today that we affirm what our intent is and make very clear again for the public how we believe we can do our part in Sacramento County. And so with that, before we go to a public comment, I don't know if other members of the board have comments ahead of time, but if not, we'll go ahead and take what do we have, about 18 callers?
Yes, we do. We have about 20 callers as of right now.
All right, very good.
Please send the first caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
You ready for me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, Chair Cerna, Supervisors. My name is Dr. Harry Wong. I'm president of the Sacramento chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility. Regarding agenda item number 9, for the health and safety of our community and the larger world, we enthusiastically support the Climate Emergency Declaration with the 2013 date to achieve zero carbon emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello. My name is Susan Harry, and today I am representing the Environmental Council of Sacramento, ECOS. ECOS would like to express its full support for the declaration of a climate emergency. And we urge adoption by the Board of Supervisors today of the related resolution that includes, among other things, the establishment of a permanent climate emergency mobilization task force. For the declaration and the resolution, we would like to thank Supervisors Phil Serna and Patrick Kennedy for their leadership and Supervisor Natoli for his support. The declaration represents a major step forward as it commits the county to all efforts and actions necessary to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, the same year SMUD has targeted for delivery of carbon neutral electricity. Declaring a climate emergency elevates local urgency and awareness. Adoption of this resolution sends a clear commitment to the community by the county to take action. One of the county's venues for action is the Climate Action Plan, or CAP. ECOS, as a member of the county's CAP stakeholder group, believes the declaration and resolution will help to ensure the CAP includes robust and credible implementation measures that achieve the 2030 carbon neutrality goal, with funding and other support identified where needed. So again, we express our full support for the declaration and encourage the Board of Supervisors today to approve the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comment.
Thank you. Hi, I am Megan Shumway. I'm a retired obstetric and public health nurse, and I'm a member of Climate Coalition, Sacramento Move to Amend, Sierra Club, Sacramento 350, and Climate Health Now. For those of you unfamiliar with Climate Health Now, it's a coalition of doctors and nurses that recognize climate change as the public health and equity emergency of our time. We are actually and acutely aware of all the effects that climate change is having on our patients' health and the death rate. There is scientific and overwhelming evidence we are under serious threat to our health and welfare. Today, you have the opportunity to move our county to an advantaged position of transitioning rapidly to the economy of the future. You can move faster to zero carbon emissions in every county department. Waiting beyond 2030 will only increase cost and misery. Action is the antidote to fear. For all the children I've helped mothers deliver, and for my own grandchildren, I ask you to vote yes to declare a climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes, please. Okay, can you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
I am a Carmichael resident and member of the Public Caucus of the Water Forum.
Hi, can you go ahead and start with your comments?
Are drafting for the future where we can, most of our time, in a perennial drought, interrupted periodically by atmospheric rivers that dump a lot of precipitation all at once. For water reasons, we're capturing data about the dryness of our atmosphere, not just streams, rivers, and lakes. For individuals, this means saving water in our landscape, but also having good drainage to release water during an infrequent massive storm. More broadly, it's preparing for floods and also using this flood water to recharge our groundwater aquifers for water storage. You supervisors are the leaders of our county. We need you to educate our community about what is happening and inspire, regulate, and require the actions that are going to prevent suffering and save lives. The first step is declaring a climate emergency, which leading scientists agree means virtually eliminating greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The right target will allow us to achieve life-saving goals. Now I speak directly to my leader in District 3, Supervisor Peters. You have shouldered over the years as our supervisor. Please now legal this emergency declaration as part of your legacy of service. I thank each supervisor for your leadership on the part of we residents and constituents of Sacramento County.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're having a great deal of difficulty hearing you.
I just ended the
Okay.
call. Please send the next caller. Maybe she'll call back. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, this is Richard. I heard a couple callers before I had to mute everything, and they're all part of the same socialist program that want to implement all this climate change fear. And it's pretty sick. I'm pretty surprised that, I'm not sure if they said it or not, but instead of blaming Trump for the China virus, I'm pretty surprised you're not blaming climate change. But a declaration of a climate emergency where people are trying to tie that into the medical now? After all the government overreach and all the abuses over the ongoing so-called China emergency, do we really think it is wise to leap into a new emergency that could last forever? The current emergency was supposed to be just a few weeks, and 2 months later, there are those who are making more excuses, making claim of emergency to violate constitutional right after constitutional right, like our Constitution doesn't exist. And now a climate change emergency? Oh, for how long? Hundreds of years? Thousands of years? How big of a mask do we have to wear? How many masks? Or, oh, that's right, it's just a mask, no big deal. You violated our rights today of people to be peaceably assemble and address you of our grievances, locking the public out, in clear violation of the Browns Act. And there is no emergency excuse to violate the Browns Act. And the only reason why you haven't been crushed for violating it is I found out that all the complaints to the violations of the Browns Act are going to the governor's office. No wonder why we can't come in there. No wonder why you're allowed to lock the public out of a public building. I mean, come on. You don't understand. Well, maybe you do understand. You're not afraid of repercussions because you actually think you have control of the masses of people, because the media has been so silent to the truth of the violation of our constitutional rights, of the taking away of our liberties, all over the fear-mongering stuff that you people there on the board do, and the media does, to make people think, oh, we're all going to die from the coronavirus, like some kind of plague off of a Hollywood movie. And now you're trying to say, oh, our new climate emergency? Oh, my God. You want to lump all your control into emergencies so you can take the power that's supposed to be of the vote to put our leaders in and put it upon health doctors to be the rulers, the tyrants of the world. Oh, they're the ones who have to make the rules because we're in an emergency, that we don't have a voice no more because you strip us of it. The whole time you got elected because you say how much you care about the people that you're murdering right now? Look around. People are starting to wake up, and we will hold you accountable. I swear that by my life. Yes, this U.S. Marine, we will hold you accountable. All the people you're tearing their lives apart by taking their businesses away. And now a climate emergency? What overreach are you going to do on that? Make everybody have to sell their cars? What's the next one? Oh, no more barbecue
Can I
pits?
get your final
What's
comment,
the next
please?
one? I'm done.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good afternoon. I'm Phoenix Leary. I'm a high schooler at CK McClatchy. 7 family members and many friends of mine were evacuated from their houses this year because of our state's devastating wildfires. During a global pandemic, them and too many others have had their livelihoods taken away and their health compromised. As an asthmatic person in a family of asthmatic and immunocompromised folks, these fires have given us lasting damage to our bodies. These fires damage our lungs that help us breathe. The increasingly worse fires are a result of climate change, and we have seen this coming for decades. I've been a part of Fridays for Future for about a year now, and I love and take pride in working with other young activists, but this is not our job. It's your job. Your job is to protect our lives, our futures, and our one Earth. Saying yes to the climate emergency declaration is taking a large step in protecting the people of Sacramento County, of California, and of this planet. We have reached and passed the tipping point. We are doing irreversible damage to the environment. So I urge you to say yes to this climate emergency declaration.
Thank you, and go Lions.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jane Lamborn. The climate emergency declaration is the result of a lot of hard work by many people and groups, and it reflects their collective expertise and experience in assessing the harm done by climate change and the measures that can be taken to mitigate and prevent this harm. Adopting this declaration is one of the critical first steps that we must take to effectively address climate change. The goal set in the declaration is clear: zero carbon emissions by 2030. Please note, this is not net zero emissions, it is zero emissions. And there are many steps we can take to reach this goal. We can reduce emissions, we can sequester existing carbon, we can transfer fossil fuel sources to alternative energy. We're probably going to need to use a mix of these measures, and maybe all of them, to meet that goal of zero emissions in 2030. We're also going to need strong leadership from the county. The declaration includes setting up a climate emergency mobilization task force to develop a plan for the county. Our county has to deal with water availability, flooding, transportation, providing electricity or other power to residents and businesses, supporting business development, improving services for underserved neighborhoods. A task force can look at how all of these responsibilities can be met without causing carbon emissions, and can set up a framework where the various county departments can work together and with the City of Sacramento and SMUD in setting priorities and developing plans to get to zero emissions. I am a retired state worker. I worked on many projects for the Medi-Cal program. We had to coordinate this implementation between the state and county officials to get those programs in place. And the officials I worked with understood the ultimate goal was the public good. They worked in good faith to resolve differences, figure out what would work, and get programs in place. And they were able to accomplish a lot. I think the county can be that kind of a leader here in Sacramento County. This declaration is the first step. Our task force can help us get there. I urge you to adopt this climate emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Brown. I live in Oak Park. Thank you very much, Supervisors Kennedy and Cerna, for introducing this declaration. We really appreciate the work that you did on it and the leadership you're taking. I want to acknowledge that some of the things that the Sacramento Climate Coalition likes about this declaration is it has a clear statement of intent to reach zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The challenge in front of us is steep, as you all have mentioned, and it's only if we take it seriously and aim for the moon that we're going to have any chance of reaching these kind of emissions. In addition, it has support for community engagement through the creation of a climate emergency mobilization task force. It has a clear commitment to achieve environmental justice. We already know that neighborhoods throughout our community who suffer from poverty, from the fact of racial injustice of the past, suffer more from asthma and heart disease related to air pollution. It also has a recognition of the needs of our agricultural community, as they both suffer from climate change and are there potentially a part of the solution by changing the way they manage their farms. They could sequester carbon and help us get out of the trouble that we're in. Additionally, it has a commitment to work with other levels of government. which seems prescient since just a day or two ago the chief of the UN challenged all governments across the planet to declare a climate emergency. You're well situated to work with SMUD on their carbon zero plan, which is also committed to a 2030 timeline, as well as the city of Sacramento and YOLO. Other local governments that, if you all work together regionally, as you've committed to in this declaration, I believe we have a great chance to change the economic system that we have here to one that is, still prosperous, but is based on renewable energy and a healthy, safe climate. Thank you very much for sponsoring this. 34 organizations from around the community have endorsed this declaration, and I look forward to your positive vote today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please start.
Okay. The climate emergency declaration needs to be put in place now and as soon as possible, because we can't just sit here and wait for climate change to get worse and worse.
Okay, next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello, I'm Hannah Karsting. I'm 17 years old. I work with Fridays for Future Sacramento and the Sacramento Climate Coalition, and I'm a constituent of Supervisor Frost's district. I'm addressing the board today because I care about passing the climate emergency declaration. I care about passing this declaration because Sacramento County is already starting to face the ramifications of climate change. Warmer summers, more prevalent droughts, increased flood risk for those along the river delta, and these consequences disproportionately impact our most marginalized citizens. I care about passing this declaration because we are in the middle of a pandemic that ravages people's respiratory systems. And decades of research have shown that elevated air pollution exposure is associated with health problems, namely permanent lung damage and compromised immune systems. I care about passing this declaration now because I intend on majoring in environmental policy and spending my life fighting to keep our Earth healthy enough to thrive on. But that will be too little, too late if we stall so long that we make an unlivable planet inevitable. I care about passing this declaration because it's what's owed to my generation. We deserve governments that will do everything in their power to protect us from a crisis so urgent it has pushed us closer to midnight on the doomsday clock than we have ever been before in all of human history. I care so much about Sacramento County's agriculture, economy, quality of life, and health. Please, vote yes on the climate emergency declaration, because I know you all do too.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Sander with the Sacramento County Climate Emergency Coalition, resident of District 2 and an environmental policy analyst. I want to express my strong support for the climate emergency declaration and urge all county supervisors to go on record supporting this declaration today. I would like to applaud my county supervisor, Supervisor Kennedy, and also Supervisor Cerna for taking the time to be engaged and attentive listeners to the climate justice advocates throughout Sacramento County. I'm glad you're treating this with the seriousness that it deserves. It's simply imperative that we take immediate action to address climate change on a county-wide level and treat this like the emergency that it really very truly is. I applaud the board for recognizing that drawing down to net zero carbon emissions by 2030 is needed to address the existential threat of climate change. In doing so, we must be cognizant of the environmental justice inequities that have persisted to this day and that are intertwined with the sad legacy of systemic racism. Those low-income and minority communities who have contributed relatively little to climate change will bear the brunt of climate change's worst impacts, such as extreme heat, unless we are proactive in taking steps to address these inequalities. And I'm glad that the language acknowledges and is reflective of this issue. Recognition of the emergency of climate change is an important first step. Now we want you and need you to do something about it. Now we want policies to come out of this board that are truly reflective of the emergency situation in which we find ourselves. We want sustainable and densified infill, not sprawl. We want a world-class public transportation system that is the envy of other states, other regions, and the world, not one that is a laughingstock with 30-year-old train cars that break down all the time. We want a low-carbon and ecologically sensitive region that does not contribute to wrecking the planet. I think every person with common sense wants that. But now it's time to put our heads together and plan a truly ecologically and socially just future for our county. We have myriad recommendations, some of which are encapsulated in 350 Sacramento's comments on the county's climate action plan, which we urge you all to take a look at. Dozens and dozens of recommendations specific to Sacramento County for all industry sectors, including waste management, recycling, composting, transportation, how we can take immediate steps to improve people's well-being, the economy, the planet, all in one fell swoop. There are absolutely low-hanging fruit, things that the county can do right now to address climate change with very minimal impact. Supervisor Kennedy, I would like to see you revive your plastic water bottle ban at the airport in recognition of the climate emergency.
Can I get your final comment, please?
I would like to see you utilize the public health emergency and the declaration of racism as a public health crisis as an opportunity to commandeer motels and hotels and house folks from the unhoused community pursuant to the authorization by Governor Newsom.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
I don't know. I think we could have given him extra time.
Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Cerner and other board members. My name is Doug McPherson. I am a longtime resident of Midtown Sacramento. I have a wife and 2 children. I believe that climate change is the greatest existential threat to our planet that our species has faced, not only for the tremendous ecological damages that will cause if not addressed immediately, but also the detrimental impact it is and will have on the less fortunate people in the world community. Sacramento County is not exempt. I urge you to pass a climate emergency declaration. This is our generation's problem, and it must not be left to future inhabitants of what could become an unlivable planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Can you hear me? Caller, you have 3 minutes. Are you ready? Okay, we're going to end the call. If you need to, call back. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello, my name is Neha, and I am a member of Fridays for Future Sacramento. I would like to start by saying that on November 5th, 2019, 11,000 scientists signed a letter in the journal Bioscience warning that we face a climate emergency and that we must reach net zero carbon neutrality at or before 2030. It is vital This is vital not only to the individuals and the communities of this generation, but for the future generations as well. This past summer, it has been clear to everyone that we are now experiencing the devastating effects of a rapidly destabilizing climate. For weeks this summer, our skies were filled with smoke and ash. Such wildfires have everlasting effects that will compromise the health and the well-being of many. Wildfires can also have an effect on COVID cases, as the impact of wildfires is like smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. The two health issues are intertwined because if your lungs are damaged from smoke inhalation, you are more susceptible to contracting and suffering the worst consequences of COVID. Aaron Luder, Associate Professor in the School of Public and Community Health Science at the University of Montana and a lead author of the study, said the research had shown that after a bad fire season, one could expect to see 3 to 5 times worse flu seasons. With all this being said, I would like to say that we are in support of a climate emergency mobilization task force to ensure that the public progress of accountability and direct input to climate-related programs are in place. We also need a mobilization for a just transition that centers on historically marginalized communities and their priorities such as green job creation and support of small women and minority-owned enterprises. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you to the board for taking my comment. My name is Jennifer Wood, and I am commenting as a Sacramento County resident and member of the Sacramento chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. I urge the board to vote in support of the climate emergency declaration. I appreciate the staff report that lays out the dangers to our health and economy. If all jurisdictions are not moving in the same direction to combat human-caused climate change, by recognizing the seriousness of the problem and the threats to our local well-being, the county can orient our investments towards the infrastructure that will improve our resilience in the face of a warming climate, as well as reducing our contributions to it. Those investments will also help us coordinate with other jurisdictions from the local to the national. For instance, with SMUD's July 2020 climate emergency declaration that also calls for carbon neutrality by 2030, and with the Biden administration's ambitious plans to combat climate change. And in particular, this commitment across county planning priorities will help us gain the funding needed from regional, state, and federal programs for implementation of the necessary infrastructure improvements. Thank you to Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy for bringing this declaration to the board, and I urge Supervisors Natoli, Frost, and Peters to join them and vote yes today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you very much, Chair Cerna and Supervisors. My name is Kathleen Ave. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm calling to express my strong support for this declaration of a climate emergency by Sacramento County. After an early start in 2008, over a decade ago, with Tony Berry at the time spearheading a joint countywide greenhouse gas emissions inventory, more comprehensive progress has been stalled. So at this point, really no investments, programs, or operations should continue as business as usual without being assessed for their ability to address the changes that we're facing, eliminate emissions, and begin building a regenerative economy that can reverse the damage and prevent additional harms that are experienced especially by our most vulnerable neighbors. A very conservative study published a few years ago by Solomon Sang and colleagues at the University of California concluded that Sacramento County's economy will suffer a 4% decline with every degree Celsius increase in annual average temperature. And that study didn't even take into consideration water scarcity. So in response to objections that you may get about the cost of addressing this climate emergency, you can point to the hundreds of millions that will be lost if action is further delayed. And we know there are wonderful examples through Project Drawdown and the Living Future Institute of how to make these changes in a just way. I want to point to the excellent and long-standing YOLO Climate Compact chaired by a rotating YOLO County Supervisor with active engagement across sectors. It's a successful model that Sacramento County could follow to catch up with best practice and really accelerate progress. You have excellent staff in Judy Robinson and also Dr. Kassiri and her staff who have been active in the Regional Climate Collaborative and recognize the important intersections between climate change and public health. This emergency action, coupled with realignment of county funding and support of community resilience and care, will help to prepare our communities. I hope you all take this action without hesitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Barbara Leary, and I'm calling on behalf of the Sacramento group of the Sierra Club. We have 3,000 plus members in Sacramento County who are always asking us what we're doing for climate change. One of the things we're doing is supporting the adoption of this resolution this evening. I'm also representing our group in the stakeholder group for the Climate Action Plan. I would like to thank Chair Cerna, Supervisors Kennedy and Natoli for working in conjunction with the Sacramento Climate Coalition in developing this resolution. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said earlier by supporters. There have been lots of reasons stated during this meeting for supporting this, and we're very proud to see that there are a lot of young people involved as well, because they are the ones that will be dealing with this for a long time into the future. The Sacramento Sierra Club group has reviewed this in entirety, and we are fully supportive of it being adopted as it is written. Taking action today in voting yes on the climate emergency resolution will support additional programs and legislation to improve our chances for a better future, cleaner air, cleaner jobs, and the other benefits that have already been described. I'm hoping to see you all vote yes and support this climate emergency resolution this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please start.
Good afternoon. My name is Consuelo Hernandez, and I'm the Director of Governmental Affairs for the City of Sacramento. Mayor Steinberg and the city strongly support the Sacramento County Climate Emergency Declaration. The City of Sacramento passed a similar declaration in December of 2019. We wish to thank Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy for bringing the emergency declaration forward, as it is an important statement to our young people and advocates. Climate mitigation and adaptation can only be accomplished through bold regional action of the county, cities, and partners working together. The declaration shines a light on the need to reduce carbon in the near term while creating green jobs in an inclusive and equitable manner. Sacramento has many advantages to be a national leader, including SMUD, electric vehicles, local food access, the California Mobility Center, UC Davis experts, and this effort charts a straight path to reduce carbon and create jobs. These declarations will assist us in lobbying for state and federal funds in numerous sectors. We also would like to applaud the county for setting a 2030 goal, and we are here with you to move forward and change our region for the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name is Mackenzie Weezer. I am calling today representing the City of Elk Grove as a planning commissioner, as well as a previous climate commissioner on the mayor's commission on climate change, and I'm calling to urge your support on this climate emergency declaration. As you're all aware, we spent several months, about 18 months, working on a draft plan to get the cities of West Sacramento and Sacramento to climate or carbon zero by 2045. Since then, I've been working with a large group of high schoolers in the Elk Grove area at 3 local high schoolers in the environmental clubs, realizing that if we wait until 2045, that would mean that these students would be well into childbirthing ages, and we will have done them a large disservice if we don't act sooner. So I am calling today to give strong support for this generation of kids that are coming through high school currently, that we invest our dollars sustainably. We do have a lot of CARES Act funding coming and federal dollars that will be pouring into our region, and we should invest them in sustainable projects that will allow us to get off the grid and become carbon neutral by 2030. Thank you so much, and I hope we have your support on this declaration today.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Supriya Patel. I'm 14 years old, and I, quite frankly, am terrified of what will happen if the Board of Supervisors fails to pass a climate emergency declaration. According to the United Nations, we only have around a decade to drastically slash our carbon emissions. For context, I'm currently 14. I'm turning 15 in a few days. And that will mean that by 2030, which is the deadline that has been set by the United Nations for carbon neutrality, I will just be 25 years old. If I'm lucky, I will have lived only a quarter of my life. Here in California, we are already seeing the disastrous consequences of the climate crisis. And as somebody with asthma, the recent wildfires had a really large impact on me. The climate crisis isn't an impending crisis anymore. It's causing drought in our region. It is causing these massive wildfires to be even larger and even more frequent than ever before. The climate crisis is real, and in refusing to take action on the climate crisis, you are essentially disregarding the futures of an entire generation. Because for my generation, this issue is more than a partisan fight. It truly is the fight of our lives, which is why I hope that the Board of Supervisors will vote yes on a county-wide climate emergency declaration. The world's best scientists are calling for action on the climate crisis. And here in California, that is more relevant than ever.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, if my audio is bad again, please discontinue my call.
We're having a hard time hearing you. Could you either speak directly into the phone and not use the speakerphone, because we can't hear you?
Okay, yeah, I am speaking directly into the phone and I'm not using my speakerphone, so I think I guess it's not going to work.
We can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Ida Olson. I am a Carmichael resident and a member of the Public Caucus of the Water Forum. As our climate warms, we in California are drifting toward a future where we spend most of our time in a perennial drought. interrupted periodically by atmospheric rivers that dump a lot of precipitation all at once. For water agencies, this means capturing data about the dryness of our atmosphere, not just streams, rivers, and lakes. For individuals, this means saving water in our landscapes, but also having good drainage to release water during an infrequent massive storm. More broadly, it means preparing for floods and also using the flood water to recharge our groundwater aquifers for water storage. You supervisors are the leaders of our county. We need you to educate our community about what is happening and inspire, regulate, and require the actions that are going to prevent suffering and save lives. The first step is declaring a climate emergency, which leading scientists agree means virtually eliminating greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The right target will allow us to achieve life-saving goals. Now it moves directly to my leader in District 3, Supervisor Teeter. I am grateful for the responsibility you have shouldered over the years as our supervisor. Please now leave us this emergency declaration as part of your legacy of service. I thank you, Supervisor,
Well, now in
for
chance.
your leadership on the part of we residents and constituents of Sacramento County.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Oscar Balaguer. I'm a member of 350, a retired environmental scientist in a faith tradition, a grandfather. You've got a hard climate call today, but the facts are straightforward and indisputable. For instance, climate change has come as long predicted, but sooner. Huge life and economic loss from recent record storms, floods, and fires are linked to 1 degree centigrade of global warming. With current trends, heating will increase by about 4 degrees in the lifetimes of children now alive, creating havoc in, for one, our agricultural food system. Preventing that requires decarbonizing the economy. This presents a huge challenge, but those challenges pale compared to the costs if we fail. All of history's great challenges brought forth great opportunities too, which are benefiting us today, and meeting the challenge of climate change will too. Our county can't stop climate change, nor can any other jurisdiction alone. Each, large or small, must do its best, and there's no moral or strategic excuse for free riding. Today, the community is trusting in your leadership. Please embrace this challenge we cannot ignore and do what the moment requires. Please adopt the climate declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. This is your last caller.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dr. Goli Saba, and I'm a family physician. As a mom and a physician concerned about the future of our children and our earth and its biodiversity, I want to thank Chair Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy for bringing this critical resolution to declare a climate emergency and to make every effort to reach carbon zero by 2030. This is the existential threat to all life on this planet, and I want to feel that I've done all I can to prevent the Earth's becoming uninhabitable. According to a November 2019 study in the journal Nature, the lead author, Dr. Tim Lenton, states, "A decade ago, we identified a suite of potential tipping points in the Earth systems. Now we see evidence that over half of them have been activated." I will spare you having to read all of the tipping points, but suffice it to say that collapse of just the mentioned ice sheets would result in irreversible 30-foot sea level rise. John Rockstrom, a co-author of the study, stated, end quote. Scientifically, this provides strong evidence for declaring a state of planetary emergency to unleash world action that accelerates the path towards a world that can continue evolving on a stable planet. Supervisors, I ask you to vote for this resolution and protect our future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
All right, very good. Thank you. Let me first start off by saying special thanks to all the young people that spoke so eloquently about their interest in seeing the resolution, the declaration adopted today, and had the chance to actually speak with them beforehand about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And it's pretty amazing that on this subject, I feel like I always get a in-depth education from the people that have the most at risk. And so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move the item on their behalf and ask Supervisor Kennedy for a strong second, and then we'll go to comments.
Second.
All right, Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. Well, I just want to start by saying that combating climate change is important. I appreciate that county staff have been dedicated to this effort. We've seen great progress on our climate action plan, and I really appreciate the relationship that we have with several partners, SACOG, Regional Transit, many organizations in the region in working on this effort. But achieving carbon neutrality by 2030 is a tall order. That's only 9 years away, and while I think it's great to shoot for the stars, I also think it's important to be grounded in reality. I don't want to see us back ourselves into a financial corner. I'm not going to support this declaration of climate emergency. I take issue with these types of resolutions that ask for us to establish goals and dedicate substantial resources when we're already spread so thin. Combating climate change is an ongoing and an important effort, something we should be continually working on over time, all the time. But we cannot ignore that we already have more obligations than we have revenues, and we cannot afford to act like we're not balancing our budget on a razor's edge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Antoli.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, could I bring the screen up? We get the vote screen up, so. In that
Oh, you mean take it off? Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to certainly...
Can you get the mic a little closer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues certainly for their comments and certainly bringing this forward, but I want to note too that I've heard from many folks on this, in large part, obviously people are in support of it, but also for those who take exception to what's before us today. And I too had the opportunity to speak with a group of young people, but also other concerned members of our community, and from various facets and different walks of life, different professions, and we've heard from a number of them today. And I would just note that certainly as I've contemplated what's before us, I think it is very important for this county to play a leadership role. And I think as a couple of our speakers have said, one just a moment ago, that obviously the challenge that's before us, certainly as a community, as a state, a nation, and obviously nations around the globe, the issues are challenging, and yet I think it requires us to do our best and to put our faith and trust in the human will and capacity to make changes, ones that obviously will have to be considered in the context of whatever role we play. And certainly as a board of supervisors in this county, we have a very important role, but one obviously that connects with those not only in our county, but throughout our region, the state, and beyond. And so I think in the effort to do our best to express not only concerns, but to set goals for ourselves, to begin the work in earnest, recognizing obviously the urgency of of some of the impacts that we're experiencing now and obviously anticipate in the future. And so with that being said, and certainly recognizing, obviously, I think the level of commitment by many in this community to work together collaboratively and cooperatively to do our best. I'm prepared to support the resolution before us today, and again, begin the work that's already begun, but certainly build upon that and to do our best to make a difference in reversing some of the impacts.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Okay, and the motion carries with Supervisor Peters absent and Supervisor Frost casting a no vote.
All right. Very good. Congratulations to all those climate protection advocates out there that certainly played a large part in getting this resolution prepared and adopted this afternoon. This is a victory that you should take a great deal of pride in, and it's just the first step in a series of many that we're going to have to take as a county, a state, a nation, and as a globe to do what's necessary to protect future generations. So thanks again, especially to all the young people. Okay.
Now you have your county executive comments.
Any comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Antoli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And not assuming that we're going to have another meeting this year, although we discussed that today, and so we may have an opportunity to come together as a board in our current makeup here. But and I know that she was called away, and I'm sure it was an urgent matter. But even in her absence, I wanted to offer just a few brief comments, and I know that she probably preferred not to have us make any comments. But our colleague, Supervisor Peters, obviously is going to be leaving this board, retiring in a few days, and we will welcome her successor at our next regular scheduled meeting in January 2021. But I've had the good fortune, certainly, to work with each of you here at the dais and others during my career, and but for the past nearly 16 years, I've had the opportunity to work with Supervisor Peters, and I certainly will say it with all sincerity that I consider her trusted colleague and someone who I think represented in the interests of her district in the way that she saw fit as a representative, and I think worked very hard to bring about positive impacts, both within the district and District 3, but certainly within the county. And thinking back just for a moment on the years that I've had the opportunity to serve with Susan, that we came through the Great Recession, and now we're obviously in the midst of the pandemic, and yet I don't think of those particular events and what they mean relative to the impacts to the county's ability, certainly as an entity, but also as a partner, to impact upon the lives of the people of this county, should take away from all the good work that this board has done on a regular basis, and not only as we convene in session, but in our efforts to work with our executive staff and certainly the 12,000 plus county employees that work on behalf of this community and this county daily. And so I want to just express my thanks and appreciation to her for her work as a colleague and certainly as a member of this board. And I trust we may get the opportunity in another setting, but I think it's important for her years of service to recognize her, and I offer that, and I wish she was able to be here with us this afternoon to receive the comments, but I know I will share them with her privately as well. But I wanted to publicly acknowledge her service to this community, 16 years. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of hours that is, but it's a lot of effort, and I think she's left certainly her impact as her predecessors have in District 3, both on that district, but certainly on this county. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, that wasn't where I was going, but don't we have, I mean, I haven't had this happen a lot since I've been on the board, but don't we have another opportunity before the swearing in of the new member, or?
I don't know. I think that actually.
This it?
This is it.
Oh.
Well, absent another
a special meeting.
Meeting.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Then I'll echo everything that my fine gentleman from Galt said. I actually do have a couple of things. One is, and this is just an idea, it won't solve the issue, but I'm hoping that maybe it could help. And that's, the idea of on the website where we have the information for people calling in, that maybe we put some, just real brief, they can be done in-house inexpensively, YouTube videos of training, and with a heading, if you're going to call in, please click here, and have it in different languages, and just talk about, please turn it off behind you, and, those types of, maybe it's another tool to help train people when they're calling in, so the chair doesn't have to consistently make the same message. That's one just idea.
Can we throw in their use of appropriate language too?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know, maybe Kim Nava has some ideas. Second one is to the CEO, the 911 diversion program. Haven't heard anything for quite some time, and I'd like to have that come back soon. And then third is to the CEO. Your predecessor talked, had agreed that we would look at doing some budget transparency public workshops. I've had more in-depth conversations about it with him, but not with you. So maybe you and Cindy and I could get together, and I can bring you up to what it was I was talking about.
Yes, that would be great. And we've already been talking about it as well internally.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Okay, if there's no further business before this board, I want to wish everyone happy holidays, and in the event that we don't see each other, I'm sure we probably won't see each other before Christmas. I don't know, I'm glaring at our acting CEO, because there is, I guess, a slim chance we might, but I want to wish everyone happy holidays regardless, and please be safe, stay healthy, and the same goes for anyone that might be watching right now. So if there's nothing further, we are adjourned.